December the 28th, 2021. I hope everybody's doing good. We're doing a 2021 review. This is part one. We're going to cover some of the stories from January because we have over 9,000 pieces of information from January, and so you can't possibly cover everything. And it's important that we do this because Google took down my main site, or the nuclear industry lobbyists at Google did, with 24,000 subscribers and 1,600 of these videos. And so the information I'm going to show you is not on the internet in a proper format where as you'll see anyway when you're watching. So we just creamed January 2021, and it was a busy month in the nuclear news and Fukushima news. And so the idea to these pictures today is, you know, if you've seen her broken down on the side of the road and she was asking you for help, you would probably pull over, right? I wouldn't, because I know who she is. And she's a politician, but in an extremely bad way, in a very nasty country. And when you look at this picture here, you think that these people are coming from the remains of reactor 4 in the background. But the reality of it is, if you stay there for a few minutes, you're getting a lethal dose. You can't physically work at this place. And so they're both very deceptive on purpose. And most likely they were screen captured in. Now this is supposed to be a 190-foot building. The fuel pools they're allegedly coming from are 100 feet above the wreckage you see there. And the wreckage is probably 30 feet high, right? Nuclear power generation is the only invention made to destroy the future of human beings. And that includes all species. You can't just destroy the future human without all the other species. In Japan Cancer Center in 2012 was 865,000 excess cancers. So here we are, we're back in January of 2021 this year. And we're doing a review, and there's an incredible story just in January to be told. Japanese utility executives turned a blind eye to the tsunami risk, and they knew there was a massive tsunamis throughout history has come into where these nuclear power plants were being built. And there's a lot of evidence to suggest that that was on purpose. These are cleanup workers that you can't clean up a nuclear meltdown wearing paper suits and picking up scraps on the side of the road. Italy demanded a say in French plans for a future of nuclear power. In France, the government in Rome will ask France to allow Italians to take part in an ongoing consultation on extending the lifetime of a number of French nuclear power plants. Extending the life of a number of French power plants. Now, France hasn't built new power plants in a very long time. The majority of the plants they got were all built at the same time, so they all got brittle, which is the issue, at the same time. Dominion Energy to test emergency sirens. You'll hear throughout the year many of these stories because all nuclear power plants in the United States have up to 100 sirens within 10 miles of it. That should be moved out to 50 miles. Row after 7 regions tapped to take nuclear waste. And they went to global green economy. It's not green or anything like it. So this is Italian, obviously. Now, what Italy had done was they gave a lot of their nuclear waste to the mafia, and they took it on ships and went into impoverished countries like Africa and dumped it on their coastlines. On their coastlines. In their fishing zones. This was concerning, Dick Durnford was the governor of Pennsylvania for 70 days when 3 Mile Island had melted down. He didn't evacuate people because he didn't want to cause a panic. He knew nothing about nuclear, and he took his orders from the nuclear industry. And Dick is the guy, I think, with the black glasses on there. A hideous monster. He had died. For 71 days he was the governor, and he received a phone call that Metropolitan Edison's nuclear power plant, located at 3 Mile Island, 11 miles from the state capital in Harrisburg, had been the site of a nuclear accident. It was much worse than people are aware of even today. Where the evidence leads, other than a cursory briefing, he knew almost nothing about nuclear energy. Indeed, few people from Philadelphia did. An evacuation carrying inherent risk to life and limb of the potential evacuees, as well as increasing the already intense public anxiety about the accident. So if you got a meteorite coming into your planet, and you know where it's going to hit, say it's going to hit New York City, should you evacuate the people in New York City, or should you do nothing because you don't want to cause a panic? Their job is to evacuate the city, by the way, not to avoid causing a panic. He should be dug up and prosecuted, then hung. He refused to issue a general evacuation order, which could have created a panic. Could have, might have, potentially could have. So it's better to let everybody there sit there who can't smell it or see or taste or hear or feel or touch or pick up the radiation. Let them be poisoned rather than get them out of harm's way. Well, which is catastrophic for the entire nuclear industry worldwide if that happens. Santa Susana was 460 times worse than 3 Mile Island, and he hid it for over 50 years. They refused to even tell the population. On the third day of the crisis, he did recommend that pregnant women and preschool children within 5 miles, because they had found incredible radiation within 5 miles of the 3 Mile Island nuclear power plant. And he decided, the nuclear industry decided they didn't want a whole bunch of children being born with incredible deformities. So they said, well, go ahead and evacuate them out from 5 miles. After the meltdown has already had 72 hours emissions. You should get the award for douchebag of the year, of the decade, of the century. Kids for Cash judge. Remember that guy? He sent children to jail for extended periods so the jail, because it was being paid by the state, can make a huge profit. And he wanted compassionate release from a federal prison. It was in January story. Disgraced monster judge was locked up after taking bribes. A notorious kid for cash judicial scandals, asking for a compassionate release when he traumatized tens of thousands of children. And a lot of them got raped in jails. Nuclear waste and became habitual criminals because put in that environment and traumatized and became dysfunctional. He should have got the death penalty for what he'd done, yeah? Well, he would have been perfect for the nuclear industry. Nuclear waste, how Finland and Sweden plan warehouses. Not warehouses, they dig a hole in the ground that eventually, when the fuel melts down, will contaminate the water tables and will burn a hole, will crack the earth from the detonation of water. And it's a well-known phenomenon where this stuff gets at 9,000 degree Fahrenheit temperatures. It starts melting down and hits the water table. Water expands 1,200 feet per liter per second, split second. and that'll crack the earth and the emissions will come up for 1 billion years. Disease is a humane way to slow overpopulation. Disease is a... Think about that statement. Think about how disconnected you are when you write something like that. And think about how hateful you got to be to write a sentence like that. As long as it doesn't happen to him or his loved ones or her loved ones, yeah? Cooked nuclear plant sirens will be deactivated and replaced by cell phones. A tone and alert message. New system will first be tested in early February. Again, these sirens, which won't be used anyway in an emergency, just like 3 Mile Island, right? Dick Thornburg wouldn't evacuate people. The sirens will not issue the evacuation orders because the nuclear industry will be dead in the water with a storm on their tail immediately. Hot nuclear reactor tank on the move in Westmoreland. So they took the fuel out of the reactor, but it's still considered reactor fuel is so hot. It's bombarded with neutrons. Reactor was shut down for 8 months after the accident, which released considerable amounts of radiation. That later accident at 3 Mile Island near Harrisburg and Chernobyl. Cleanup crews recruited from the ranks of unemployed coal miners, which is what the nuclear plant will do for changing fuels and for cleanups. They'll bring in the day workers, the most vulnerable of society, for a day's work, give them $50, and a month or a year later they'll die from the exposures. It's not an industry, that's a curse on our planet, yes? And another curse on our planet is nuclear power plants built in farmlands. So the radiation lands in all the food, and this is normal around nuclear power plants. They build them in farmlands so they can poison the population. It's unbelievable that they got away with doing that and that nobody's ever called them on it. I'm the only person that I know of who has ever called them on it. And so we have a poll tonight. Are nuclear power plants a disease factory? We have 14 votes, 93%. And we have somebody made an accident, I guess, and hit yes or hit no. So they release fuel constantly, particles. These are very hot particles. From the fuel pools, when you take the reactor core out, you put it in a pools for decades because you don't have a repository anywhere on the planet. And when you do finally put it in the cast, it's vented for infinity because you don't have a repository anywhere on the planet. So it's splitting the atom all day, every day into fuel pools. Instead of making power for 1 million homes, it's making diseases for millions of people each day. So it's the equivalent of taking a cup of water and putting it in a balloon each day forever. The balloon is going to blow, and the radiation is endlessly distributed each day, continuously coming out, going through the planet, radiating and destroying the ecosystem. And then the food is radioactive. It's shipped worldwide and poisoning unsuspecting consumers that unfortunately will never know why they ended up getting sick and dying. Renewables make 71% of new U.S. power capacity in 11 months in 2020. Renewables. So the industry is now panicking because renewables are so prolific, and by 2026 they expect 5,500 nuclear power plants worth of renewable energy to be on the planet, which will surpass the production of all nuclear and fossil fuel plants on our planet. This way, to treat Hanford radioactive waste could save $210 billion. And they expect to clean up, they'll need $700 billion more money for Hanford. They've spent much more than that already trying to clean it up. And they can never clean it up. In fact, you would bankrupt America if you tried to clean up the the 580 square mile Hanford nuclear wasteland. Calling it a reservation is an insult. And that's what the industry is extremely good at, being a monster. Sirens testing Wednesday at nuclear plant. Testing of emergency sirens surrounding the Sharon Harris nuclear power plant in New Hill set for Wednesday, according to Duke Energy. And the sirens, of course, traumatize all the children and all the animals, and they won't use them if there's an actual event. They were put there by activists getting legislation. Unfortunately, the activists are not the ones controlling what happens. It may be necessary to test the 83 outdoor warning sirens within 10 kilometers. It's always necessary. It's regulations, it's rules, it's required. Hinkley Point, and if you're within 10 miles of a nuclear power plant and you can hear the sirens, you should sell and get out of there as quick as you can. Sell it to somebody in the nuclear industry if you can, and get out of there. Or sell it to somebody who, like a professor at a university, so you can poison them and their loved ones. Hinkley Point plant could stop dumping radioactive mud in the ocean, is what that story is about. The mud is contaminated by nuclear waste, and they're taking it out and dumping it in the ocean because no one's paying attention, and the nuclear industry had the laws changed. Vehicle radiation checks to start. So vehicles coming out of Japan, many countries have had to send the vehicles back. And Japan knew this before they shipped them out. Japan is not shipping it out because they're not paying attention. They know exactly what's going on. The facility will also test food. And importers of light motor vehicles and minibuses pay $10 US for contamination inspections of new vehicles coming to the country. Buses, heavy vehicles, large trucks and trailers pay US $20. But the scariest part of the story is a further US $50 and US $100 is needed if decontamination of the vehicle is needed. If the vehicle is radioactive, you can't decontaminate the vehicle. It simply can't be done. Instead of sending the vehicle back to where you got it from, they let it come in the country anyway. It made a few bucks off it. BNL lawsuit and the impact of national nuclear laboratories. Brookhaven, of course, Brookhaven's built on a incredibly important freshwater reservoir, continues to show almost no regards for its neighbor. And is this any way for a government-funded agency to treat its neighbors? And BNL itself has been improperly located by the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission on top of an underground aquifer that supplies drinking water to a large number of the population in the area. And the leak went undetected for at least 12 years. Oh, by the way, the former people that worked there gets funds for cancer. The 4 biggest hurdles to rebuilding the nuclear bomb force. And this is from Forbes. And Forbes is your worst enemy if you're looking for truth. They're truly the worst, particularly when it comes to nuclear, they're the worst species I've ever come across. Rob Jarvis says, you don't hear of the whales die-offs anymore because they are all dead, nothing to report. 7,000 gray whales just in the last couple of years showed up emaciated. And there's a mass mortality event for right whales, for minke whales, for humpback whales, for killer whales, and for many other species, by the way. I will be covering the die-offs throughout 2020 later on in this particular series. This is a very, very difficult series that I'm trying to do here, where I'm trying to cover. We have 120,000 pieces of information that we covered, which includes like depictions like this, where you chunked out a chunk of information and you break it down, and all these headlines. There's over 120,000. So I've gotten better and much more prolific at accumulating the information. and I can't cover it all. But in order to do these presentations, I had to go through, just one night I had to go through 9,000 bits of information in the last couple of days to get it down to 1,000 bits of information for the night. It'll start going faster after a short while here. The 4 biggest hurdles rebuilding the nuclear bomber force, the nuclear misery machine. You can't use the bomb, so why promote it? Nuclear submarines, less terrible moves to dock for major refit. And you can't use your nuclear submarines. You can't fire nuclear weapons at another country that has nuclear weapons. You can't cash your check when you come ashore. Nobody gets to cash their check forever. The prime contractor that oversees the activities of 45 companies in the regions will collectively provide 2.5 million hours of work needed for the refit. 2.5 million hours of work needed for the refit. 2.5 million hours that you're paying for. So it can go out and pretend that they're heroes. Haddon Township High School evacuated after student brings uranium glazed plate. Because the nuclear industries in cities, they used to have radium toothpaste, radium suppositories of all things. The cruelty is beyond imagination. Radium makeup for children, radium lipstick. They had a vase made of radiation, very toxic stuff. Rather than put it in a nuclear repository, come up with one, they let people turn it into vases, and they wanted you to fill it up with water and drink the radioactive water, of course, which would kill you in a couple of years flat, if you were lucky, and everybody else that was hanging around the jug. So they had to bring in the whole squad. There are 450 nuclear generators. There are 450 nuclear power plants in 31 countries, including the United States, 95, the United Kingdom was 15, Russia with 38, and China 49, Canada, etc., etc. France, scumbag France, with 56. The Midnight Sky, what happened to Earth? You remember that movie, The Midnight Sky? It was the nuclear fallout that killed everything on Earth, and that's what the movie was depicting. Depicts the event as a mistake. It makes sense that the EMP likely caused the world nuclear weapons to malfunction as opposed to nuclear war. But the EMP event, say if the sun caused another electromagnetic pulse event on the planet, all your nuclear power plants would, because they're all run by computers on top of that, all that infrastructure now will fail instantly, and the plants, all nuclear power plants worldwide will melt down at the one time, is what happened. The EMP will not cause nuclear weapons to go off. So the nuclear industry seen a flaw in the movie and realized they had to come out and cover their arse, and they put out stories like that to direct people away from the actual nuclear power plants. They're monster factories, disease factories, they're genocide machines is what nuclear power plants are. Coming of age ceremony held in Fukushima, town hit by the N crisis. Well, there's a lot of words to start with N. One of them we're not even allowed to say. Nuclear? Think about, why wouldn't you, it's not like you don't have enough room there to put the word nuclear. Because they're talking about a coming of age ceremony in a nuclear wasteland that's abandoned, was hit by a N crisis. So the child is reading this doesn't consider what the N stands for, and a lot of the parents. In Nami, by the way, where they're shipping food worldwide, they continue to grow food there, but they evacuated the community. So the nuclear industry let these children go into a nuclear wasteland. So the nuclear industry can pretend that everything is reasonable. why they know those children will get sick from that exposure in the future. Dumping Fukushima contaminated water into the ocean could be a violation of the international law, by the way. France conducts first test of a new missile that can carry nuclear warheads that they can't use. Stupidest thing on the planet. Just make the missile, but just don't put nuclear in it. You don't need it. You can't use it. You'll save a lot more money in these dummy runs because you're not lugging around a 25,000 weapon of mass destruction. You're lugging around 2,000-pound shells. It'll save a lot of money. It's good for the climate. Over a decade-long career as electrical engineer at Los Alamos Genocide Laboratory. After a 4-year battle with cancer. And of course, Los Alamos has 900 people on cancer disabilities and 900 people that are denied cancer disabilities, and who knows how many others that are waiting. So there's a lot of headlines like that, obituaries like this. Reconstruction agricultural 10 years after the Great Eastern Japan earthquake, but not the nuclear meltdown. Do not, under any circumstances, want to eat food from Japan or countries that are friendly with Japan. They're shipping food in under different labels or different countries on top of that and relabeling it as the countries and then shipping it into your country. They're gone genocide on us. Nuclear Fusion Group calls for building a pilot plant by 2040, but by 2026 renewables will overtake all fossil fuels and nuclear power plants on the planet. And the amount of time and energy and monetary that they're investing in this obsolete technology, they've been at this for 60, 70 years. And all of their theories are based on a paper from the early 1900s, 1915 or something. And they're all working on that model because none of them come up with a real solution. So they've gone all the way back over 100 years, and they're wasting all these talented people that should be sacrificed at Fukushima nuclear power plants and Santa Susana and Mayak and Chernobyl and the deep oceans where they're exterminating all the species with radiation. Time to question Japan's lessons 10 years after that quake and tsunami. The nuclear accident is infinitely worse than the quake and the tsunamis, which were brutal, by the way. Evacuation orders over the prefectural towns of Tomoka were lifted, with the exception of so-called difficult-to-return area. They're not evacuation orders because of tsunami or earthquakes. It's because of radiation. With the so-called exception of the so-called difficult-to-return zones. The exception. So, in other words, you can move back to the town, but you can't cross the street. And radiation, pre-Fukushima nuclear meltdown, the rules for military was that if you found radiation in a foreign country, for instance, you're supposed to erect a fence, 900 feet circumference, 12-foot fence, put up warning signs in universal languages around the radiation. You weren't supposed to remove it. You were supposed to erect a 900. And you can't put a fence around the entire planet, of course. Wildfire rages in radioactive Fukushima mountains, same as Chernobyl, where it reliberates absurd amount of radiation back into the environment. And all the forests and plants now are producing radioactive pollen. And you can breathe in a lot of pollen during the seasons, and that will end up giving an absurd amount of people illnesses and diseases. Environment Minister presents contaminated waste disposal plan. Environment Minister for Fukushima. It only required 1.3% of the land needed to build storage facilities straddling the Fukushima prefecture town of Akuma and Futaba, where they're moving people back in while the nuclear meltdown is still going on. It has also faced serious challenges in negotiation. They want to store on a total of 1,600 hectares of land. This is about bags, and they got picked up over 60 million one-ton bags. And if you put each bag in the back of a one-ton pickup truck, bumper to bumper, touching each other's bumper, that's 10 rows of traffic continuously around the entire planet. On a total of 1,600 hectares of land, the interim storage facility will be equipped with disposal sites for contaminated soil and other materials, as well as incinerators to reduce the volume of contaminated waste. So they're incinerating the waste. Think about that statement. And that releases, because you can't destroy radiation, that releases the radiation back into the environment as a dirty bomb. And Japan is also burning radiation from tsunami debris that's radioactive. They're just grinding it up and distributing it across the country in Japan and burning it in the incinerators. Many people have been arrested in protest over it, by the way, and they spent 12 million yen at one point at Twitter to censor people that were talking about it. And do you think Twitter gave up doing that? As well as incinerators reduce the volume of contaminated waste, the ultimate betrayal. So, are nuclear power plants a disease factory? We got 19 votes. And we're crushing it tonight. We got amazing 18 people on the show. That's incredible. Oh, it took a decade to get that many people on my show. Pretty darn good, you ask me. Derived from decontamination work around Fukushima, #1 nuclear power plant. Right around the nuclear meltdown and burning it in incinerators. Up to 28 million cubic meters at this point that they emit to, but we got documentation showing 60 million. 28 million cubic meters is equal to 5 rows of traffic, bumper to bumper, right around the planet, by the way, if you put each of the bags in the back of a one-ton pickup truck. Fukushima products still shunned by only 15% of the consumers, that's obviously not true. It's much more than that. And everybody should shun all of Japan's food, unfortunately, because Japan is a scumbag government and nuclear industry nation at this stage. Environment Minister apologizes to Fukushima governor over radiation comments. Oh, I didn't mean that. Fukushima town aims to have evacuation orders partially lifted by 2022 in Futaba, which is 2 miles away from ongoing nuclear meltdowns on top of that. And being a couple of miles away means you're permanently radiated. That's permanent. You can't clean it up. Currently, because it's re-irradiated immediately, because you're talking about tens of thousands of square kilometers that have been constantly irradiated with radioactive fallout, so you can't actually clean it up. Currently, 96% of the town of Futaba is designated as difficult to return zone. The 4% they're talking about is a little section where the subway or the train station is, so they can bring in the homeless and the destitute and the victims of society, the immigrants who don't speak the language, so they can go get lethal doses at this disease factory known as nuclear power plant in Fukushima. Monument commemorates cows left behind after Fukushima nuclear disaster. They were left to starve, right? A monument that was built to commemorate the cows that either died of starvation or were killed by the government agencies. The cows were, and a lot of cows were left to die of starvation, tied up in their barn, and the people just ran away because that's what the government told them to do. They thought they can go back a couple of days after a nuclear meltdown. And of course, that's the way the industry had taught them. Village evacuates, they thought they could put on their Spider-Man suits and their Hulk suits and go back, but it doesn't work that way. Village evacuated after Fukushima disaster created a new mascot. And what's the mascot used for? It's used to indoctrinate the children like Spider-Man and the Hulk. The village of Katsuro, Fukushima Prefecture, which was evacuated in the wake of the Fukushima nuclear disaster. Well, they say nuclear disaster, but we don't see any evidence of them acknowledging that it's an actual disaster. When you move people back, it means you're a monster. You're a demon. Cows tested for radiation in Fukushima, difficult to return zones. The nuclear industry scientific community are vultures. They're predators. They're literally monsters. And they're not going to go there themselves. They'll send their undergrads in to do the work. Fukushima village hit by 2011 meltdown starts raising dairy calves again. Do you get what happened there? So you bring in a village hit by the meltdown. Fukushima village hit. Well, was it then a plane crash or something? No, it was radioactive fallout covered the whole community, had to run away. It's going to bring cows back in, and what does cows do? They graze on grass and stuff, which is highly radioactive. Actual demonic thing to do. Cattle's returned to graze in Fukushima village for the first time, which is simply not in that particular community only we're talking about, because I have a whole folder on cows and meat that was sold. You're talking thousands of school children poisoned from eating the radioactive meat. They let cows emit over 100,000 becquerels of just cesium, of just gamma, not talking about a beta or alpha or neutron or something like that, which is what you're supposed to be talking about. And the entire Japan's narrative is predicated upon gamma radiation, when there's 3 other radiations that are as much or more prolific than just gamma. And gamma's bad, don't get me wrong, but so is alpha, beta, and neutrons. And so you find a couple of useful idiots, and that's what he is. That's a useful idiot. That's an actual idiot. If you go back into a nuclear wasteland and the community's evacuated, you're actually an idiot. You know you're an idiot when you do stuff like that. Idiot will check the level of the radiation in the cattle's blood and conduct other checks with the aim to return to regular grazing in 2019. So I brought that story in January to complement that, this story here. Or no, it was the other story that we haven't got to, I guess. Fukushima winery founder, after 3/11 disaster, is ready to ship the first vintage wine. You don't want to drink wine or sake from Japan, unfortunately, because the demonic nuclear industry kept the farmers growing food. No, when people didn't buy the rice, they turned it into sake. People didn't buy the fruits, they turned it into wine. So they can poison you worldwide. And there's this incredible legacy that you got to realize. I always tell the story this way. Almost all nuclear power plants are surrounded by farms, because if you don't live there, how else are they going to poison you quickly? They ship the food everywhere. You got to be incredibly evil, insidiously monstrous, hideously, odiously evil to put a nuclear power plant in farmlands. And when the majority of them are in farmlands, then that's a genocide machine. That's no longer a farm. So our nuclear power plant's a disease factory. 25 votes, 96 resounding percent. Yeah, they certainly are a disease factory, and obviously they are. Fukushima laden with piles of radioactive soil that can't be moved into storage. By the way, the bags only meant to last about 2 years, and there's 60 million of them. As of the end of February, only about 20% of the 16,000 hectares. Remember the earlier story of 1,400 hectares. This one is 16,000 hectares earmarked for interim storage of radioactive materials. 16,000 hectares of radiation of bags piled up is what they estimated. But then people stopped paying attention. They're also burning it constantly in incinerators, so there should be 1 billion bags at this stage. It would take over 100 years to transport all of the waste to an interim storage facility. It would take 100 years, because the earlier story they acknowledged 28 million bags, was it? Hang on, I'll play that little clip for you, because it's easy to find.
There's about 60 million tons of contaminated soil that's being stored, planned to be stored, outside the Fukushima Daiichi perimeter fence. So
again,
there's about 60 million tons of contaminated soil that's being stored, planned to be stored, outside the Fukushima Daiichi perimeter fence. So
let me play. Play a little clip of a monster who actually murders children with radiation for a hobby.
Well, in terms of the actual risks, there aren't any that anybody needs to be worried about. If people are concerned about exposure to radiation, it's very simple to carry a personal dosimeter around with you. And there are plenty of things that you can look up on the internet that will give you an idea of where that dose fits into other things. So, for example, coming here, I would have got a dose of 0.07 millisieverts on the flight. And I actually went round Fukushima Daiichi on Wednesday, and the dose that I had going around the site, so very close to where the reactors are, it was 0.01 and probably lower, but that's the lowest it could actually read. So I got more of a dose flying here, and we'll get a dose tomorrow when I fly home, than I would have done from being in Fukushima.
Well, all the people like to see get rectal cancer. She's extremely high on my list. There's no way I'm going to live surrounded by mountains of contaminated soil, said one of the victims who stupidly moved back to the nuclear wasteland. In 5 municipalities, including the cities of Fukushima, Kuriyama, the contaminated soil left after decontamination work is mostly buried on site, which means every time it rains, of course, that washes back down into the water tables. It's absurd. Separately, decontamination work has also been carried out in prefectures besides Fukushima, extending to 57 municipalities and 7 prefectures, including Tochigi and Miyagi. Hang on, I was just looking for a depiction. The food was banned in 55 countries, in half of Japan, 14 prefectures. And unfortunately, radiation covered the entire planet with radiation, the entire planet. So this model is only based on 20 days. After 10 more days, the whole planet is covered in radioactive fallout, yeah? Fukushima molds criminal complaint over fake forest decontamination work. And so they were paid a lot of money to go into the forest and scratch up in the communities, the surface soil of the forest, to try to bring down the radiation numbers so they can move the victims back into there to be even worse victims. Airborne radiation near Fukushima nuclear plant still far higher than government's max And if we don't revise the calculation properly, it could hinder evacuees' return home. In other words, if we don't raise the dose, acceptable dose, it's going to be hard to get them back into it because it's still hemorrhaging out of the... This is ear doses they're talking about on top of that. So how dangerous is it at ground zero? Begs the question, obviously. Well, you can't help but get sick if you go there. You have to get sick. There's no way around it. And thyroid cancer, and this is where they like to trick you. They talk about thyroid. You will get thyroid cancer, right? But what does the thyroid do? It takes the radioactive elements, particularly gamma, like including cesium, stuff like that, and turns into a radioactive hormone and distributes it out through your body. And so you end up with all kinds of autoimmune illnesses and diseases. Child thyroid cancers in Fukushima, many times the national average, was 13,646 out of 40,000. In one study, tumors, which is pre-Fukushima was 1 per million to 2 per million children. So when you scale it up, it's 350,000 out of a million children. At the same time, the committee says it's difficult to imagine that the higher incidence is due to radiation. It's hard to imagine that all this radioactive fallout will cause illnesses. Whoever that person is definitely should be locked up for a couple of thousand years. Among the reasons that the committee considered radiation exposure unlikely as the reason for the higher incidences of thyroid cancers are the radiation exposures levels from the Fukushima disaster are low compared to those at Chernobyl. This is absurdness. Again, Chernobyl was a 200-ton reactor. It was mostly graphite. Japan's reactors are 800 tons and are pure uranium, pure plutonium fission products. And at the top of the buildings is decades of reactor cores. And so just the fuel pools and of 4 buildings and the reactor cores of those 4 buildings are equal to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Chernobyl reactor cores. And so there's been a worldwide concerted effort to convince the population that Chernobyl is infinitely worse than Fukushima. And Chernobyl, don't trust me, is nasty. In fact, Chernobyl changed the sex ratio of all males to females in Europe. More males than females is how that actually works. And we've seen this through bomb testing, but that's applicable to the animal kingdom too, not just humans. Some Fukushima municipalities lack nuclear evacuation plans as no entry orders are lifted. No entry orders. And so the no entry order was there because it was highly radioactive. It's forever. Because everything becomes radioactive. All the metal, all the sidewalks, everything. And you can't clean up the forest. So every time the wind blows, you shower the community. If you build a brand new community there, and you put a dome over it as you built it, and you built this 1,000 houses and a mall and bank and universities and streets and sidewalks, everything brand new, and you shipped everything in from the other side of the planet. When you took the dome off it, within a week, it's highly radioactive there. So imagine how bad it is. The whole industry, this entire legacy is absurd. As a basic rule, those living between 5 and 30 kilometers from the plant are subject to indoor evacuation. Now, indoor evacuation, you still got to breathe the air. The air still comes to your house. At some point, you got to leave your house. And now when you leave your house, you're into an unimaginable radioactive environment. It's a no-win situation. It's a double-edged sword. You can't evacuate and stay in your home. You can't go outdoors because the plume is coming through. Once the plume comes through, now you can't go outdoors. And you can't stay indoors. The estimated hourly radiation dose inside of reactor 2 was as much as 650 sieverts. So 650 sieverts meant that you can't get within several thousand feet of it. So therefore, you can't get close to the other reactors, which are all melted down also. And we got numbers of over 1 million sieverts outside of reactor 1. A carbon or a clean, a simple choice, but not a simple story. There are some common fears about nuclear energy. This is the first risk, radiation from living near a nuclear power plant. The infographic from the University of California shows the dose of living within 50 miles of a nuclear power plant for an entire year is 400 times less than one cross-country plane ride. This is completely different, what they're talking about. And so you can't conflate or equate or compare flying with man-made anthropogenic radiation. When the radiation gets in your body attacks it with white blood cells for the rest of your life, all day, every second. And eventually the white blood cells in increments over a few decades will build a tumor around it. Eventually the tumor will metastasize and end up throughout your whole body. When you get on a plane and you get off a plane, the experience is over. And it's not, there's no equivalent to nuclear. You can't do that. But that's what they do to confuse you, to manipulate you, and deceive you and coerce you. Compared to living near a nuclear power plant, living in Denver will increase your background dose by 1,000 times. So the University of California, a despicable, disgusting sack of doo-doo, California, manipulating you with this kind of... These are very terrible comparisons. These are incredibly deceptive, purposely deceptive and deceitful and dishonest and disingenuous comparisons. It's criminal what they're actually doing. If there was a law, it would be criminal. There should be a law to make it a crime to put propaganda like that. And that's the university pulverizing you with propaganda. And then the media that printed it, they should be in jail also. Also replacing a coal plant, they claim, such as Abbott, with a nuclear one with background radiation level. So again, they're talking about replacing a coal plant with nuclear because there's less radiation from nuclear than from the coal plant to confuse you. Second is the possibility of a nuclear meltdown. Fortunately, UI has a history of safely operating a Triga research reactor for 38 years. And I have studies, I published some of them up on my website a few days ago with my latest article on Chernobyl, where I got a lot of salacious academic studies about Chernobyl there to help articulate how radiation affects the planet. The studies up there will show you, because they got to blot it out, that research reactors in Germany and France, that there's incredible discrepancy of male to female ratio. There's more males born than females. In order for that to happen, you had to poison the whole population. So even a low output research reactor is extremely dangerous, and it shouldn't exist on the planet. There is no such thing as a research nuclear anything. It's a genocide every time. There were, at the accident of Fukushima, nor did it cause any acute rate. There were no adverse health effects found in the community surrounding 3 Mile Island, they claim. And the accident of Fukushima did not increase cancer risk, they claim, nor did it cause an acute radiation poisoning. I mean, my God. See, the problem with the nuclear industry is it can't open its mouth without lying, right? In fact, there was 865,000 excess cancers just in 2012 compared to any other year. Nor did it cause any acute radiation poisoning. Well, go tell those victims that. And the area around both 3 Mile Island and Fukushima are very much habitable and inhabited, which is the deception that we showed you earlier, where they're moving people back into a nuclear wasteland. These are not people. These are emotionless creatures, empty shells that look like humans. And, of course, Dawson is a graduate student at the University of Illinois studying nuclear engineering, and that the research was funded by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Is it the job of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to produce studies that have no merit whatsoever in order to indoctrinate and trick and utilize that to get more nuclear in the communities to poison the population? In the farmlands, I should say, mostly. Test sirens sound off January the 13th near Canada's nuclear power plant in New Brunswick. I think that was Canada's. NuScale providing small modular reactor services for carbon-free nuclear projects. First off, small modular reactors don't exist, and not likely to either, because renewables now have taken over energy production each year. And then calling it carbon-free, first off, small modular reactors, if they do manage to start producing, which we pray and hope they don't, their fuel will be reclaimed uranium and plutonium, which has already gone through a chain reaction. And they can't stop the hemorrhaging into the communities from these reactors. U.S. cities consider treating fossil fuel like nuclear. So this was another campaign to demonize anything and to promote nuclear. I'm sorry, that's the wrong story I'm taking of. This story was about I got to think about it for a second, actually. Oh, for waste-wise, yeah. Well, like 15 container ships produce more pollution than all the automobiles on the planet. 15 container ships. Because they take the residue left over from fossil fuels that are supposed to be stored on a toxic site for thousands of years, and they let the industry burn it. It's called bunker fuel, and they let the industry burn it in those joint container ships. So 15 ships produce more pollution than all the automobiles on the planet, and there's currently 90,000 of these ships on the ocean at any given time. So you can scale it up and see where the real threat is too, yeah? UK scientists plan to supercharge space travel using nuclear power. Again, UK scientists, that should scare the daylights out of you the minute you hear something like that. And then using nuclear power is nuclear emissions, actual nuclear emissions is what they're talking about. Scary, monstrous UK researchers could, you get the idea. It's just a fable, see? You ask, but they get money to research it, and billions. U.S. Canada complete nuclear material shipping campaign. This was Chalk River. The Atomic Energy of Canada announced the completion of a multi-year campaign that nobody knew was even happening, where they drove nuclear waste down to the United States. It was 161 kilograms, and it took 115 separate truck shipments. 150, so basically a little over a kilogram per truck. Does that sound like potassium to anybody? Top Department of Energy, which is the prolific nuclear industry itself, officials, and they're not officials, they're demonic demons, say the feds are showing Tri-City they can get Hanford clean. As I showed you earlier, Hanford, they need another $700 billion just to keep on top of it. They can't possibly clean it up. He said he was at Hanford last week to celebrate the completion of construction on the plant on parts of the 17 parts, by the way, not the actual plant, but parts of a $17 billion vitrification plant where they entomb radiation by the kilogram or something. Needs to start treating. They can never go inside the plant once they start it up. And then when you try to dismantle the plant, you have to murder hundreds of thousands of people from the emissions. Needed to start treating millions of gallons of low activity tank waste by the end of 2023. So if it's low activity, why you got to spend $17 billion just on the plant? Perpetual lies, eh? Last February, Hanford workers finished tearing down the highly contaminated plutonium finishing plant without any additional uncontrolled spread of plutonium, which is absurd to even suggest they could do it. And we've all seen the pictures of the Hanford workers wearing Scotty backpacks, which is like dive tanks and full-face Pegasus mask. And they were using Cascade tanks, these big like welding tanks, when they're down in the pits that are incredibly radioactive. And that's day workers they use for those jobs, by the way. Fukushima doesn't use Scotty backpacks because they only have homeless there and they don't care about them. They're completely emotionless murderers. The project earlier was plagued with the airborne spread of plutonium, with dozens of workers inhaling small amounts of radioactive. They always say the word small amount or low level. Very small amounts of radioactive material. It's just an atom. You can put 2 million atoms in the head of a needle. You can't see it. But you take one of those atoms, you sequester it into a human's muscles, organs, or bones, and eventually turns into a tumor. There's very small amounts of radioactive material detected just inside the secure borders of the nuclear reservation. And for 70, 80 years now, they claim radiation doesn't go past the fence. It's a despicable, hateful scumbag industry of monsters and demonic demons. Hanford continues to bring all of approximately 11,000 workers back to the site. 11,000 people who might have to go there every day for the rest of our existence to work at a nuclear wasteland because of the contamination. 585 square miles, you need 11,000 workers. They're trying to clean it up. A lot of the workers are just day workers. They're disposable to the industry. The building is standing over a spill of highly level radioactive waste that would be lethal on contact. So it's not small. It's not what they're claiming, right? Department of Energy plans to cut through the cement base of the building above where the spill occurred using a remote-operated excavator arm mounted in the building to dig it up. And to date, the process has been demonstrated on 3 gallons of tank waste. Japan no longer wants the Olympics, and what will their government do? So we can wonder how we can reasonably organize a 15-day sports party for a corporation known as the IOC, and they make all the profit and you pay all the bills. So for 15 days, each day is, and this is only at 20 billion, it was actually over 30 billion price tag, but at 20 billion it worked out to $1.3 billion each day for sports games. $1.3 billion. And a lot of them, there was over $1 billion spent on special equipment for the police forces. Special surveillance equipment, special weapons, special non-lethal weapons, etc., etc., etc. And when the Olympics is over, they leave $1 billion worth of what's the word for it? Authoritarian police gear with the police to abuse the population with. Cook nuclear power plant siren system is going mobile. So what you're seeing in January of this year was this, almost all nuclear power plants were starting to talk about getting rid of the sirens that were put there by activists to warn the population in case of an event. It's going to go mobile because the power plant has to pay for the maintenance and upkeep and testing and everything of those sirens. Record number of nuclear power plants set to close in 2021. 5 nuclear reactors are expected to close in 2021, which will set a record for the most nuclear capacity retirement in 1 year. That's, I think it was United States, yeah. New York, Illinois. Once you take, so 1 gigawatt provides enough power for 700,000 homes. So after about 18 months, you take the fuel out and you put it in a pool, but it's still producing the energy for 700,000 homes. Each day, it's still producing that amount of energy. And what happens is there's no containment. It's in a pool. It boils off the pool each day. That's replaced, of course. And that boiled off water is full of hundreds of billions of trillions, minimum billions of atoms per liter. Is boiled off into the community, and that liberates the radiation. That floats around the planet, pulsing energy every second. But that happens every day. So every day, there's another invisible plume from all the nuclear fuel pools worldwide, over 1,000 of them that we know about. Nuclear power advocates quote erroneous summary of the UN report on climate change. And we covered this part a lot, that data and actual reports supports the opposite claim that nuclear power is not a technical necessity but a matter of choice. And if they didn't say that, they would have all lost their jobs, by the way. And the nuclear industry, the international report says we need nuclear power because of climate change, right? But that's simply not what the report had stated. Radioactive Fukushima water may be dumped into the Pacific. Let me show you pictures of the tsunami and the heartbreak. Right, tug at your hearts. The radioactive, this is South China, by the way, which is right alongside of Japan. Bradwell B, developer told to address 6 safety concerns with the nuclear plant. Of course, Bradwell B is surrounded by farmland. Prime Minister of Japan will decide on discharge of contaminated wastewater into the sea at an appropriate time. The Prime Minister, not a nuclear scientist or nuclear university or nuclear academics, but a Prime Minister, politician who makes a living by shaking people's hands and getting his picture taken to promote ideologies. Irina convened the first Irina Youth Forum in Abu Dhabi in January, bringing together young people from more than 35 countries. So 35, what you're talking about is the nuclear industry brainwashing children, right? They do that. The nuclear industry has a whole bunch of projects to target children. Some of that will come up later. Why Biden should designate a nuclear waste negotiator. Because these challenges are mainly political, not technical. Well, nuclear waste is technical. You have to excuse me for a second. I'm going to play a clip for you. I'm going to play a little clip for you. Give me enough time to go out and clean the horn here. This clip is cancer was cured by a thing known as DCA. Let me check the volume.
Applications and
so this, I'm going to turn it down a little bit more for you. This, now this was banned in Canada about 5 years ago. Think about that when you watch this.
applications and is relatively cheap. But as CTV's medical specialist Avis Favreau explains, redeveloping the drug may not fit into the business plans of the big pharmaceutical companies.
The tumor, the 3D
Dr. Evangelos Mikalakis has given cancer researchers a brand new lead with an old drug, a cheap, inexpensive powder that costs just pennies a dose.
You typically get this eureka kind of feeling, and it's actually the most exciting thing scientists can get.
The drug, called DCA in short, has been used for decades in humans with some rare inherited diseases. When he added it to the water of mice and rats given human cancers, the results surprised him.
And has this big tumor growing in his back. So you can see that even after 3 weeks there is a significant or 70% decrease in tumor size.
It shrunk brain, breast, and lung tumors in the animals in a matter of weeks, and the drug had no side effects, confirmed by tests of DCA in humans for other diseases.
This kind of results, to my mind, are as good as it gets.
And it seems to work by reviving the energy-producing components of human cells, allowing the cells to work normally again, triggering cancerous cells to commit suicide. Scientists agree that DCA now needs to be tested quickly in human cancer patients.
This is exactly what we want, a drug that has activity, but has also minimal side effects for patients.
There's a problem. DCA isn't owned by any pharmaceutical company. There's no patent on it. So on one hand, it could become a very inexpensive new treatment.
So you can see the tumors. In 3 weeks, it reduced the tumor by 70%. They've used it on exotic diseases. It's just a mineral. It has no adverse side effects. Canada banned it because they didn't want people treating themselves for cancer, because Canada healthcare is paid for by the government, taxpayers. And they'll spend $900,000 on chemo to kill you. They'll take your kid from your home just to kill the kid. Writing it wrong, nuclear physicist improves precision in neutrino, and you can order DCA on Amazon.com. If you're in Canada, you can order it on Amazon.com, and you'll see it'll say ship to Canada. We ship to Canada. You'll also see pure DCA. If you got cancer, that's the better one that they used in the human trials. It killed all cancer tumors. It killed cancer in about 3 months in everybody that it was used on. All types of cancer, human cancers, brain cancers, lung, breast cancers, you name it. Writing a wrong nuclear physicist improves precision of a neutrino research. They have no solutions for the splitting of the atom in all the fuel pools. In other words, over 1,000 fuel pools, reactor cores, sitting in pools of water they call fuel pools, are still producing energy for 1,000 billion homes. And every day, 1 billion homes worth of energy, atoms, because the energy is produced by splitting the atom, right? Instead of now boiling water, it's released into the environment from the pools, because it still boils water, known as the fuel pools. And so they spend all this time and energy and research trying to figure this out, trying to figure that out for nuclear, trying to build fusion projects and everything else. But they don't try to come up with a solution to stop the planet from being poisoned by the radiation. Just make more. And this is why you'll constantly hear me calling universities schools of mass destruction, because the nuclear industry can't survive without the university. Led by the Department of Energy, which is the head of the snake, the nuclear snake, Oak Ridge National Laboratory, which sits on a massive freshwater aquifer in the United States that is now 100% unequivocally polluted permanently. A new study cleans up a discrepancy regarding the biggest contributor to the unwanted background signal in specialized detectors of neutrinos. Right, so they can make more weapons of mass destruction is what they're trying to crack. This person, known as Arnie Gunnarsson, is claiming that reactor 4, which looks like that, actually looks like that over there. and his wife. They have a foundation, so it'll live long after they die, perpetrating this propaganda and these lies. And what you see with all of these shows is this incredible, prolific amount of propaganda, a hideous amount of propaganda. So this is from TEPCO's site. I'll put it on the bigger screen for you. On November the 18th, 2013, we started fuel removal from the spent fuel pool at the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant. And so the building doesn't look like that at all, see? This is what you claim it looks like on the inside. And you notice that everything is blotted out there. This is screen captures from a video. The video includes pixelated parts, mainly in view of technical knowledge. Pixelated parts. So there's no technical knowledge to be gleaned from the writing on the so-called cast, where there's no top to the building. So they built this structure with cranes, they put panels on it, and then the propaganda machine went to work and claimed it looked like this. But it can never look like that. It can never look like that. Just waiting for the system to catch up to it. Because, scrolling, there we are, we're already there. So they claim it looks like the left. But it
we are here inside
like
Reactor 4 at the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant that was severely crippled during the earthquake and tsunami of 2011, leading to the country's worst nuclear disaster.
So, look at what just happened to you. You had an explosion over there. You had radioactive fallout. You can see it, visibly see it. You had me walking to the screen looking around. Right, and so Arnie Gunnarsson, that's what he's doing. He's trying to convince everybody it looks like that when it actually looks like that. Should that be a crime? Because we're going to have a mock trial of Arnie Gunnarsson in the near future. And his wife. So pixelated, again, you can see the pixelation on the cast. Now they're claiming they took the cast out of a fuel pool in a building that doesn't even exist. And you'll like this. And they call them things a cast. They weigh like 50,000 pounds to shield the employees. It's all done underwater. And it's supposed to shield the employees from brutal radiation doses. But you can't be close to that water that boils off every day without getting brutal radiation doses. Fuel is taken out. And fuel is loaded into a cast. And now they're claiming they're lowering it down from the top of the building. So what you're looking at, see that, I'll move over and point it out for you. It's known as the elevator shaft. People think it's the fuel pool for some reason. But right there is the elevator shaft, right where my finger should be pointing. This is the top of the reactor up here. This is the top of the reactor core, this part here, or the bottom part here. And behind it, you can't, if you're not used to, you might not be able to make it out. But where my finger is circling, or uncircling, is the top part of the reactor core. And it's destroyed, right? And they don't take all the fuel out at the one time. So the fuel pools are up here. And they're claiming that building over there, that they're at the top of the building looking down, lowering the fuel down, all the way down onto a trailer. They say the cast is lifted down onto a trailer. It's actually lowered down onto a trailer. But you can't, and you can see it's pixelated. You can't lower it down. Like almost the whole cast is pixelated. And then lower it down. And then allegedly put on a trailer. Now, they talk about Lake Barrett. Behind me, you see that. Confirmation on steps for the work by Lake Barrett. Now, Lake Barrett was the former energy minister in the United States. And Lake Barrett and Arnie Gunnarsson were in charge of 3 Mile Island. And when people stopped looking, they spent 2 years evaporating the lethal radioactive water into the community. Now, they claim there's 1,533 fuel assemblies, but both of the fuel pools at the top of the buildings, each of these takes over 6 million pounds. The reactors are 800 tons. Both of those fuel pools are around 12 million pounds together. And so an assembly weighs about 1,800 pounds. And you can see what the building looks like over there. The furthest one over is reactor 4. Again, like almost every time you see a nuclear power plant, it's going to be surrounded by farms. Surrounded by farms on purpose so they can poison you in increments over time. They ship the food all around the world, and the only outcome is to poison you. We have an astounding vote going on here tonight. We have our nuclear power plant's a disease factory. We have 89% says yes, 11% thinks no, and it's impossible to understand why somebody would say no when it's obvious what's going on. Nuclear accident in Japan is the worst on the scale since Chernobyl. You hear those connotations all the time, where they refuse to say the words "it's worse than Chernobyl." The accident at a power plant in the city of Fukushima, Japan, after the strong earthquake. It's not the city of Fukushima, by the way. Fukushima's city is 50 kilometers away. After the strong earthquake that hit the country, it was highly radioactive and still is. It was classified as a level 4. This is January the 16th, 2021. By the way, the story here. On the international scale of nuclear events, which range from 0 to 7, which is what Japanese use for its earthquake model, and so does Taiwan, 0 to 7. And so when you hear them talking about having a 6 earthquake, you say, well, that's not very bad. But it's actually almost a 9.0 earthquake. It's designed to purposely disarm you. On the international scale of scumbags and ranges, and was classified as a level 4. Fukushima was multiple, massive, the biggest in the world reactors melting down. And their fuel pools with decades of reactor cores detonated and released into the environment as particulates. On the international scale of nuclear events, which ranges from 0 to 7. The classification is the third highest, second only to the accident on 3 Mile Island. So this story is claiming that Fukushima is not even bad as 3 Mile Island and nowhere near Chernobyl. There's so many scumbags in the nuclear industry, it's impossible to find a good person. Authorities said radiation levels in Fukushima were high before the explosion. At one point, the plant was releasing every hour the amount of radiation a person normally absorbs from the environment in a year. Like, whoever wrote the story, their parents should go to jail for life. Despite this, experts say that photos of a mist over the plant suggest that only a small amount of radiation was released. The mist that was over the plant, eh? Well, here's some more mist that was over the plant. It covers the entire planet. The entire planet. And that's why you will see connotations like this, that the deteriorating plant threatens mass extinction around the world. Missouri nuclear plant shuts down for the third time in 9 months. A time of reckoning on social media. These are all January stories we're showing tonight. These were the cream of the crop. So this was in January where this story on social networks talks about how a nuclear power plant has the risk of destroying the planet. A voice for nuclear victims, which is not what we hear very often, right? Bless their hearts. Belarus nuclear plant taken offline after protection system activated. Nuclear power plants surrounded by farms is the scariest thing. I would rather have a dozen serial killers living next to me than live next to a nuclear power plant. Radiation levels in the area were normal. Right? You'll see that all the time too in connotations when you're talking about nuclear. Hostile Zone on Netflix. What is the war movie with Anthony McCoy as an android? That was a pretty crazy story, right? He was a nuclear terrorist. We see so many movies like that. It's the same. Terrorism. You got to have a bad guy. A military android on a mission for the survival of humanity. The survival of humanity. Drone pilot is deployed, which is a murderer, right? A drone pilot is a serial killer. Is deployed to a murderous militarized zone where they work for an android officer tasked with preventing a nuclear attack. Because the fear-mongering system is alive and well in Hollywood. Leo must deliver vaccines, right? And this was happening during the pandemic. This movie came out. So the pandemic, of course, is radioactive fallout finally catching up to the planet. And they needed a fall guy. It's called coronavirus. For all of mankind, season 2 trailer threatens nuclear war. For all mankind, like a video game. So, season 2 trailer threatens nuclear war. Again, right? You see the influence of the nuclear industry. It's like the movie and these video games and stuff like this, and Spider-Man and the Hulk, right? This is just the endless morphing of the propaganda from the nuclear tart industry. Silence on Fukushima disaster exposes our approach to nuclear safety and why India must oppose dumping of radioactive water into the Pacific. The tanks were empty. If you look up on my site, the videos, the presentations I've done on tanks, you'll see the documentation. The tanks are empty. They had 1,000 tanks in 2013. Then the water filtration systems didn't work. They become so radioactive within 20 minutes or half an hour that if you plug fresh water into it, the water coming out the other side will be more radioactive than the original 2.2 sieverts per liter that they were putting into it. New consultations in Inglis, which is Canada, over a nuclear waste site. Now that's farm country and freshwater country, but particularly farm country. And it's residents asked to fill out a survey from the Nuclear Waste Management Organization, which the Nuclear Waste Management Organization is the nuclear industry that created the waste. That's who the organization is. This is the opposite of what you're supposed to do, by the way. So they're going to look for the cheapest way out. In fact, I had done a video, this is my old site, they took down while I was on a research expedition. Fukushima Daiichi, the world's worst nuclear... I had to put that video out about that because everybody was calling Chernobyl almost multiple times a day in news articles. They were trying to indoctrinate the entire planet in the one time. Also in January, we went down, there was 15 emaciated dead pilot whales had washed up, and the story leaked out. It was 36 days later, and these are videos and pictures of me where I went down. Like, this was a live stream from Ground Zero, and the thyroids were removed from most of the whales. the media didn't report it because they weren't caught in lobster traps or fishing nets, right? And the locals had to drag the whales because the whales were washed up right by the roads. And so the children didn't want to go to school because they had to drive past all these dead whales each day, and they couldn't sleep at night. They were having nightmares. Japan's news and media needs to bark. Now, in order for me to go there, that was 800 kilometers to get there and 800 kilometers back. It was a long haul in the dead of winter. Very dangerous haul, and the media didn't report on it. Which, by the way, in order for 15 whales to wash up on the beach, they estimated at least 150 would die because only about 10% will actually be found. Japan's news media needs to bark more as government watchdog. Former New York Times bureau chief Martin Frackler. And of course, Martin Frackler, back just after the accident, I had covered him in interviews where he was saying, what, do we cover it up? Do we tell the truth? Do we downplay it? Right? He was with the New York Times at that time. He's a despicable actual person, as you'll see. Martin Frackler, Japan news media needs to bark more. There is no Japan's news media. They've been captured by the government, right, by the industry. Martin Frackler, pretending he's at a nuclear meltdown. Award-winning monster, Martin Frackler. Reporter suits up for the first visit to the nuclear meltdown plant. November the 14th, 2011 was another one of his stories that he had wrote. So the very first year, he claimed to be the first journalist to go to the nuclear meltdown. No scientists have ever went there, folks. No academics have ever went there. You really think Martin Frackler from the New York Times went there? That's Photoshop. There's zero possibility he's going to go stand up right there. It's zero. It's a lethal dose. We were directed into a second room where a team of workers cut off our protective suits after with scissors. Paper suits are not a protective suit. In case they burn those paper suits each day. They allegedly burnt 7,000 each day in an on-site incinerator. And they just built a new incinerator at a nuclear meltdown. You got any idea how actual evil that is? The radiation readings he claimed were 1.5 millisieverts, which is 1,500 microsieverts, which is still... Like, we got the numbers from Tokyo, which are absurdly higher than that. In like 29 million becquerels per square meter. 29 million radioactive atoms per square meter, for instance, in Tokyo. But at ground zero, it's very, very low. These people should be arrested in jail for the rest of their natural lives minimum. And the majority of them that promote eating the food there should get the death penalty. Thousands of children in Fukushima City, population 700,000, more than 37 miles, 60 kilometers from the nuclear plant, can't play outside. But Martin Frackler, right at ground zero, is only getting 1.5 millisieverts. Yet 700,000 children, 60 kilometers from the nuclear meltdowns that are still going on today, cannot play outside. Cannot play outside. Fuel rods are removed from the damaged Fukushima reactor plant. Martin Frackler, December 22nd, 2014. And I showed you the reactor 4 propaganda earlier, right? Martin Frackler. The operator, which was nationalized because it went bankrupt right away, by the way. So it's a government, not Tokyo Electric. That's only a name only. Removed the last remaining fuel rods from the room number 4 reactor building. Again, the reactor 4 buildings actually don't even exist. There's a little stub left, see? The fuel pools were at the very top of the buildings. So Martin Frackner should be prosecuted for this kind of propaganda. Removing the number 4 units, 1,500 fuel rods. Well, first off, there's 800 tons. The fuel rods are 18 pounds each. They're 12 feet long, and there's usually about 100 of them in an assembly. And there's around 800 assemblies. I'm sorry. Well, each type of reactor is a different amount of assemblies. But saying 1,500 fuel rods. There's 3,400 assemblies in each pool. Each assembly is around 1,800 pounds. On the upper floor of the building, and as you can see, there is no upper floor, right? This is the upper floor of the building. There is no upper floor to reactor 4. It doesn't even exist. So that's with New York Times blessing, Martin Frackler was stabbing you in the back. 2 days in and near Japan, nuclear power town, a decade after the nuclear meltdown, showing 0.13 microsieverts or millisieverts, I can't tell. Again, these little Geiger counters can't only measure gamma. They don't measure alpha or beta or neutrons. And neutrons is uranium, plutonium, americium, curium, which is the biggest byproduct of the radiated fuel rods. And curium isotopes, you need lead shielding 20 times thicker than you do for plutonium. So you got all these ghost towns, because nuclear is so carbon free. The local jewelry store still had some watch bands. The local jewelry store. And so they don't talk about jewelry. They don't say, where's all the jewelry in all these cases? They say, oh, there's still some watch bands there. Well, you know, jewelry stores sell jewelry. So somebody went and inject all the jewelries. The banks were abandoned. You can be sure somebody went and stole all the money, the radioactive money. Right? So they got people going around picking up bags so they can trick people into coming back into the community. That's murder. And these people will die later from just doing that. And so they equate radiation with flying an airplane, taking an x-ray or a dental image. We carried Geiger counters at all times during our visit. None of the areas we visited exceeded the government safety threshold of 0.23 microsieverts per hour. There's 1,000 microsieverts in a millisievert. And so the number you're talking about is just absurd. These are absurd people to come in and claim there's hardly any radiation in the nuclear wasteland. Well, first off, right, 0.3 microsieverts. You don't pick up those bags. Those bags are, and again, you don't measure radiation that far away from a nuclear meltdown in microsieverts or anywhere else on the planet. Or Fukushima, you're supposed to measure it in becquerels, atomic decays per second. They're actual atoms like a snowstorm that's floating around, pulsing energy every second. And they equate it with flying an airplane, of course, which is the propaganda. It's outrageous. My apologies to everybody that's allergic to sneezes. There's still many people who refrain from buying nuclear product, fearing contamination products from the area. However, we are told it is perhaps safer than anywhere else. And like the people that write this stuff, they do it for a paycheck, and they really want you to get poisoned. They really want you to get sick and die from this. And they talk about the new facility. They built this $50 million museum in a nuclear wasteland to trick people into coming back there, and has 240,000 articles in its collection, but they can only display 150 at a time, which is just, this is a Naraha. or Fukushima rather, which is just a couple of kilometers away from ongoing multiple nuclear meltdowns. A Menren shuts down its nuclear plant near Jefferson City. And when you look at the picture in the background and everywhere else, you see farmland. Farmland. It's so evil to put nuclear in a farmland. But 80% of the Japanese think the Olympic Games should be cancelled or postponed. An Italian restaurant in Fukushima supports cooking class home meals. So they find these useful idiots and you put them up on a pedestal. UWL professor hosts podcast series on nuclear science. My Nuclear Life. And so Shelley Lester is a despicable scumbag. And we know that because she's nuclear. But we also know because when you read the story, it's 100%, or listen to the podcast, it's absurd propaganda, constant propaganda to disarm you and get you to drop your guards and consume the radioactive murder food. Specialized used fuel processing facility to be rebuilt at Russia's Mayak. And Mayak had multiple nuclear explosions, nuclear meltdowns, and events there. Contaminated huge areas of our planet. It's still in operation and it makes mixed oxide fuel where it's reclaiming uranium, reclaiming plutonium from bombs and mostly used fuel that's already gone through a chain reaction. Means, so the importance of all of this is that isotopes, fallout from nuclear, is like, uranium, plutonium, americium, plutonium, strontium, curium. There's actually over 1,000 fission products. There's around 12,000 that are classified in the military, by the way. And it pulses energy at almost the speed of light every second for infinity, long past the human experience. Okay, so it's 1 billion times more toxic than industrial poison. Now, when you put it through a chain reaction a second time, it's 1 billion times 1 billion times more toxic than industrial poison. So when it's released into the environment, because it's used in a reactor, again, a lot of it gets released into the environment. When you take it out of the reactor, you put it in a pool. And they don't really know what to do with the mixed oxide fuel pools because they evaporate so much water, and still splitting the atom, the water is saturated with lethal isotopes to all splitting cells. So all species on the planet have no autoimmune defense against man-made radiation. Specialized used fuel processing facility to be built at Mayak. Solar generated EU record 7 terawatt during third quarter of 2020. Solar generated EU. This is January 2021. Tonight's show is a compilation of stories we covered, the documentation we covered, the bits of information. It was over 9,000 bits of information I covered in January of this year. And I put together just the cream stuff, which really tells the story in a small format of, it's about 1,000 pieces of information like this. I write you as a charity, Oxford Coalition for Social Justice, like South Bruce. Our community is faced with the prospect of a leaking dump putting toxins into our drinking water. And those who live on Lake Huron here in Canada and downstream on the lower Great Lakes, which all run down to the Atlantic Ocean, by the way, through Montreal, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and around we're on to on the East Coast, have reasonable concerns about the drinking water safety. The industry is a lunatic industry. It insists on poisoning. Like when you see all the national laboratories, Los Alamos, and they're all built on aquifers, freshwater aquifers, large drinking water repositories. You see that symmetrically throughout all the pro-nuclear countries. Those who live on Lake Huron, and Lake Huron has millions of people live around it. Nuclear engineering, and it's a farm country too. Nuclear engineering in demand among Zambian youth, in demand. First off, Zambia can't even manage their garbage collection. Would you spend $90 billion on this submarine that, these nuclear submarines with nuclear missiles on them that you can't use? And then how much would $90 billion contribute to rebuilding schools or hospitals or creating new hospitals or funding educational systems to do something good instead of always something evil? $90 billion for a toy, because that's all it is. It has no actual purpose. It's just a big, stupid, moron toy. And it's $90 billion to build it, right? But it can only operate for around 90 days. Then it got to go in for incredible maintenance. Absurd amount of money every time on the maintenance and downtime. For weapons you can't even use, on top of that. Sellafield has been served with improvement notices. Sellafield is surrounded by farmland. It's got an ongoing mixed oxide fuel nuclear meltdown since the 50s. That there's 8, and this is the Atlantic Ocean, there's 8 million liters a day hemorrhaging into the ocean of highly radioactive water, same as Fukushima, into the Atlantic. But this is into the Atlantic. Now, the industry is a genocide machine. It's a genocide machine. And then the new nuclear plant that they're planning on building is surrounded by farmland. So they can poison you, right, with the radioactive fallout. That's what that's all about. Sellafield has been served with endless notices. They're the government. They're the industry itself. The notices make the watchdog look like they're a watchdog, but they're not going to follow through on it. None of the incidences has any impact on the public or the environment, really, at a nuclear meltdown. And the worst of the worst people on the planet in the nuclear industry work for this lobbyist group known as the World Nuclear News. The International Atomic Energy Agency, which promotes nuclear, doesn't criticize nuclear, assists in securing Congolese disused radioactive sources. 2 disused radioactive sources previously used in cancer treatment are so toxic, they got to be stored in a repository, are so toxic, they were relocated. They were so toxic, they have armed guards around it, and it's got to be put eventually in a deep geological repository. So something that's so toxic, that has all of these attributes, can't cure cancer or treat cancer. And I've done entire presentations on the adverse side effects of using this technology. You got a tumor here, and you end up with tumors everywhere else within a year of being infested with radiation from these devices. They're an abomination. It's an incredible, insidious betrayal on people to use radiation on them. Showed you a video earlier of the DCA that you can buy, by the way, with no prescriptions on Amazon.com. Is the pandemic having an impact on climate change? What an interesting statement. And I got a whole folder on this now. And I've done 53 presentations on the coronavirus when it first started, where I aggregated all the news in 24, 48-hour cycles, and it came out and showed you that there's something else going on. Is the pandemic having an impact on climate change? Right? We postulated this, that they had the pandemic, they instigated the pandemic, the military-industrial complex, also known as United Nations. It's 195 militaries, who, by the way, their first job was bombing North Korea and killing 3 million and injuring 10 million, wounding and traumatizing the rest of the population. They also burnt down every community in North Korea. And for over 60 years, they claimed Korea was a threat. Yeah, they're a threat to United Nations because of what United Nations has continued to do to them. Funding law for area homes to nuclear plants eyed for renewals. Funding law for area home to nuclear plants eyed for... Funding law for areas homes. So the government is seeking to extend a law that provides financial assistance to local governments hosting nuclear power plants. Local governments are the inbreeds in your community that got a job like their parents working for you, and they don't acknowledge that once they get the job. Now they're working for this criminal organization known as a government. A special robot for nuclear plants tested in Russia. And we never heard from it again. We've seen so many scams like this because humans can't get near it, and they tried and tried and tried, but they can't come up with a robot that can survive more than a few minutes. Yeah, radiation attacks your sense of smell and taste. Nuclear convoy entering Scotland mid-COVID lockdown sparks anger. So they had everybody locked in their home, so he's like, frig it, let's just run nuclear through the communities. Nobody's paying attention. Turns out they were. This is a scumbag industry, isn't it? Pandemic could be the World Health Organization's Chernobyl moment to reform. The Fukushima pandemic could be the catalyst for much needed reform of the World Health Organization. Well, first off, the World Health Organization is United Nations, right? They're under United Nations. Just as the Chernobyl forced urgent changes to the UN nuclear agency, which is the International Atomic Energy Agency. Right, the NRC is your local agency. International Atomic Energy Agency, like the World Health Organization, is under the umbrella of the military-industrial complex, also known as United Nations. They're not united and they're not nations. They're a death machine. They're a death factory with incredible influence now. And give it powers to enforce international health regulations. So again, you're talking about taking subsidiaries of a corporation, because that's actually what United Nations is, and then giving them sovereignty over the entire planet. Because they've done this in increments since Hiroshima and Nagasaki, right? They were created in the ashes of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Japan uses environmental funds to finance Vietnamese coal plants. So Japan was so fixated on getting nuclear back up and running, they spent the money for renewables on coal plants in Vietnam rather than spend it on a country that desperately needed it. That was the nuclear industry making sure they will survive. See? Get rid of competition. The competition in this case was money allocated for renewables. Bringing radiation down to Earth. And of course, nuclear engineering is a nuclear lobbying group. They're the worst of the worst that humanity has to offer. Tired of being misunderstood by the public and rejected by policymakers, industry leaders, have called for public education. Public education on nuclear at virtually every conference I've ever attended, and they continue to do so. And what they're calling for is to be what's the word? Not embedded, but I'll probably figure it out in a second. The only effective way to educate our way out of radiophobia would be to focus on schools and maintain serious educational programs across many years, across multiple generations. And don't forget, decision makers up and down the political system were in the same position of ignorance. So the line between trained experts and everyone else in the aftermath of the Fukushima accident was stark, making it harder to use scientific facts effectively. Facts that generally do not work anyway when trust is gone. It is concerning to wonder how many other countries might be in the same critically unprepared situation at this moment. The American Nuclear Society teams up with the Discovery Channel. The American Nuclear Society has teamed up with the Discovery Channel to launch navigating nuclear programs for middle schools. They're gone after our children in the most vulnerable places now, in the schools. When an impressive number of industry and government sponsors, the government is the nuclear industry, they captured the universities, they captured the media, they captured the key positions in governments in increments over decades now. Now they're firmly entrenched in our monetary, our decision makings, and our universities and our medias, and including TV, of course, and Hollywood. In Canada, where I'm to, a number of Canadian organizations work to improve energy literacy with supplements to the school curriculum via a program called Teach Nuclear, with 19 lessons of really vibrant content. Propaganda, like I showed you tonight, right? This is what they're talking about doing in all the schools. Is bombard them constantly, continuously, in propaganda. The Saskatchewan Mining Association arranged for teachers to visit uranium mines. And every nuclear operator has to maintain a busy visitor center, while associations and societies need to work with schools to make sure every child visits a nuclear propaganda plant. This would be an experience most children would remember for the rest of their life, and most would remember it as being cool, when in reality it's the opposite. Year on year, these efforts can build a population of people that are perfectly indoctrinated. Sensational negative ideas will persist in media and public discourse, but they will fall in the influence as better education generation rises. They actually already been doing this for 70 years. Now they're panicking. This calls for much more than a nice new myth-busting website. Industrial leaders need to stop calling for education and start paying for it. And this is a never-ending propaganda machine. It's a perpetual misery and agony machine on top of that. As a pro-environmental administration takes power in Washington, D.C., as a pro-environmental administration, Duke Energy is poised to benefit with nuclear. Net zero emissions is nuclear. And net zero, of course, was created by a paper written by a professor that took off and it got its own life, and the United Nations jacked it. Over 3,000 of these polar bears in Canada are all emaciated. Edible peel bananas, the Japanese prefecture nuclear wasteland known as Fukushima, which before the 2011 earthquake was known as the breadbasket of Asian countries. One of the products that is gaining strength due to the innovation of its proposal is the edible peel banana. So you eat the peel and everything, in order to try to get you to start eating the other radioactive food from a nuclear wasteland. Science is the key to Japan's ban, says Speaker Taipei. And again, this is January. Now we see the same headlines this last couple of weeks, right, from Taiwan. The government should refer to scientific evidence, which is now polluted with propaganda from the industry, when deciding whether to lift a ban on food imports from 5 Japanese prefectures. But in reality, the food for 55 countries is banned in 14 prefectures, all of the northern prefectures. There has been speculation that government plans to lift the ban it placed on food imports from the Japanese prefecture Fukushima, Ibaraki, Chichiga, Guma, and Chiba itself. Chiba, which is 20 kilometers away from Tokyo. The ban, a lot of countries still have a ban on Chiba, 20 kilometers away. You can't pollute Chiba which is up here, right here, Chiba Prefecture is right there, and Fukushima's up here. You have to pollute everything in between, which most nationalities had recognized. But what happened was most countries, then the nuclear industry, in the countries that banned the food, the nuclear industry inserted key players into those countries to remove those restrictions. That's what they actually done in increments over the last decade. The referendum in 2018 that we covered, right, the 6 days preamble to the referendum, we covered that. A majority, because it was so much nuclear propaganda, and the majority voted in favor of retaining the ban, and the referendum legality expired after 2 years. There really wasn't no legality because they were shipping the food to other prefectures, relabeling it and shipping it to Taiwan. They're gone genocide on us, and we need people out there that are honest, and we can't find them. The Naraha plant factory, Naraha, Fukushima. Of course, Naraha is unbelievable. It's not a factory, it's the Fukushima nuclear power plant. They're calling it a factory in that story. And again, they're calling it Fukushima City, but it's not. Which is engaged in hydroponic tomato cultivation. Has started accepting foreign workers in agriculture, because they don't want the Japanese know better than go there because there's so much radiation. So they're bringing people in from out of the country, don't even speak the language, and sending them to work in this nuclear wasteland. By utilizing new resident status systems, special skills for foreigners. We decided to use this system to solve the labor shortage in the nuclear wasteland. Food poisoning is a top concern for people in Japan. Imagine that. If in your country, your biggest fear was food poisoning. If you got nuclear, it's coming. NRC to discuss 100-year licenses for nuclear plants. Now, the reason nuclear plants were originally licensed for 30 years, not 40 years like they claim, the original charters of these corporations, because I've read them, were for 30 years. And the reason being, they stated, was that the metal becomes brittle. And because a lot of these reactors are 1,000 psi or even 2,200 psi. And so you got brittle metal at 1,000 psi. When it detonates, when it pops, it'll be like a detonation because you're talking about 1,000 pounds per square inch. And so the so-called nuclear regulatory people, which is the industry itself, of course, and they're appointed by the current president of the United States. He appoints the top 5 people or something. And they're all inside industry people. Right, the lobbyists will lobby the political will and get their own way through bribery and everything else that they have access to. The developing world's right to have nuclear energy, which is, of course, when you see the world nuclear news, all you know for sure is there's going to be propaganda and nothing but propaganda. And then SAMA, this disgusting SAMA, with the World Nuclear Energy Association, which is just that's a lobbying group, right? Which is illegal under the Constitution, the Bills of Rights, the Magna Cartas. And they changed those rules in increments over decades when nobody was paying attention. With constitutional lawyers would go in and change certain amendments. And they piggybacked in the rights of the slavery laws. And so the slavery laws were meant to free people from the oppressive government, right? And so the nuclear industry manipulated that law to give them some of human rights too. And Justice Hugo Black, former Supreme Court Justice in the United States of America, had wrote an eloquent dissent in the early 1930s of how absurd it was that an amendment meant to free people from an oppressive government was used by corporations to oppress the sovereign people. You're supposed to be a sovereign people, But you can't be assaulting people when United Nations and their subsidiaries are dictating every facet of your life, can you? Houses damage and control explosion of nuclear power plant site. So, like, last week I was covering a story, actually, about a nuclear power plant they're tearing apart. It's going to be 1 million tons of waste. 800,000 tons. 800,000 tons. Think of 800,000 pickup trucks is nuclear waste, high-level nuclear waste. And so blowing it up is not an option. But the nuclear industry, their motto is, how can we contaminate you, and how do we get the least amount of waste going to a nuclear repository? So they'll change laws in your country, and they'll raise the limits, change laws so that certain limits can actually go to a local dump site. And a lot of times that'll get overturned by activists, but not always. And these are crimes against the environment, crimes against humanity, and this is what's known as a omnicide, where you indiscriminately attack all species. An explosion occurred at a nuclear power plant site in Turkey that blew out windows and everything, and doors in people's homes. The walls of people's houses have been fractured and broken, which also meant that radioactive plume when it came their way. So now it's contaminated. Don't let Messing become Chernobyl. I think that's Turkey too, is it? I'll see in a second. I can't remember. There's another story about that coming up. The abandoned Soviet nuclear missile base hidden in a Polish forest. The industry has a long, long history of abandoning their nuclear sites and nuclear waste. Hang on, folks. I gotta clean the noggin here a bit. Nothing I can do. My apologies again. The Soviet Union performed a whopping 750 nuclear bomb tests. Now, all underground nuclear bomb tests that were performed cracked the earth, and the emissions came up and continue to come up. Water continues to wash down into these fractures of the earth, and that ends up washing into the water tables and eventually ends up in the environment, right? Some of these underground explosions, decades later, by the way, the temperature below ground was still 400 or 500 degrees. And the Soviet Union had one of their bombs they blew up, for instance. So they say a whopping 750 nuclear bomb tests. Some of these tests were the size, say, of Chernobyl, or, the size of Hiroshima or Nagasaki bombs. And just a single one of the Soviet Union bomb, the Taser Bomba, which I'm sure I'm butchering the name, sue me, was equal to 3,800 Hiroshima-sized Nagasaki bombs, 15 kiloton nuclear weapons. So it's the equivalent of blowing up 3,800 Hiroshima bombs at the one time. The radioactive fallout then, therefore, is the exact same. So saying that they only blew up a whopping 750 nuclear bomb tests is simply not true, is it? The radiation surrounded the planet continuously. The detonation itself was recorded right around the planet 6 times. It blew out windows in homes 700 miles away, for instance. The Soviet Union suffered nuclear contamination of its country. Andreev Bay cleanup reaches landmark in dangerous nuclear fuel removal process. This whole story is so hard to tell. Use nuclear fuel assemblies, and they can weigh, say, 1,800 pounds each, which has been lined for decades at the bottom of a building, outdoors, by the way, exposed to the environment. An aged and dilapidated fuel store at Russia's Andreev Bay has been removed and secured, but that's simply not true. The program's nuclear window effort draws together funding and technical assistance from 10 European nations. And they show you these blurry pictures down below. Look at that. Why blurry? Because there's so much radiation there. It opened in 1961 as a refueling station for the submarine bases. And over the next quarter of a century, the site amassed some 22,000 spent nuclear fuel assemblies, many badly damaged, which means they can go criticality and melt down into a China syndrome, for instance. Many badly damaged. Before it was closed in 1992 without any adequate planning to handle the contamination that could emerge, well, the country dissolved, right? 22,000 spent nuclear fuel assemblies is roughly 40 million pounds. This is an absurd amount that is splitting the atom. That's what it's doing in those pools. It's outdoors, and so the pools are boiling off into the environment all day long, these atoms that are splitting. They're liberated into the environment. You're talking, and dangerous fuel too, you're talking sickening contamination of the entire biosphere worldwide, just from this one site. Only 50 kilometers from the Norwegian border and the Barents Sea, and everybody have connotations and images of the Barents Sea, the fishermen and stuff like this. You don't want to eat food from the Barents Sea, see? Still other fuel at Andravia Bay was stored out in the open, unshielded from the harsh Arctic elements. In the Arctic. They actually have 18,000 nuclear dumps in the Arctic Ocean, by the way. Multiple submarines and ships and freighters loaded with reactor fuels dumped and scuttled in the Arctic. The nuclear industry is successfully exterminating the planet. And we are in crisis mode at this stage. We are living Earth's last stand. This is Earth's last stand. And so I work really hard to tell these stories properly in desperation of educating the population to make some important decisions before we're censored off the map. And unfortunately, I'm censored off the map, right? Here I am tonight with 34 people on my show. A lousy 30 people have liked my videos. Bless your hearts. We have 42 people who voted that 90% of the people say nuclear power plants are a disease factory, which is the right, appropriate response to this poll. And an amazing 10% have voted no, that is not. And that's an absurd assertion. I can back up my assertions, and I do. And I work really hard to tell this story, and I'm dedicated to it 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. I'm relentless on trying to be honest because we lack that. And I can't find anybody out there to fill in this gap. So I can say, like, I'm going on vacation for a week. You guys go watch so-and-so because they're really good. I don't have anybody on the planet I can do that with that runs an educational program because nobody's ever done it in history. What I'm doing here, running an educational program. And all I'm doing is calling a lie, but because the lies are so very subtle many times, it takes an enormous amount of technology to bring you all of these different formats. And so we have invested a lot into the infrastructure of the studio to have the right equipment to be able to catch your attention, hopefully long enough for you to hang around and say, wait a second, maybe nuclear is not friendly. At least get that, because it's so hard to get someone's attention anymore, right? So put a lot of work, a lot of thought. A lot of the research expeditions can take 1 or 2 years to put together the operation, to raise the money. And it's heartbreaking how this whole operation has been defunded, particularly this year. They removed my site with 24,000 subscribers. That was a killing blow for me. But we have to come back and try, right? I still have to try, despite the fact that we don't have very much support. I still have to continue to try my best. Russia protests over plans to build road near Soviet area radioactive waste site. Soviet area. So they want to build a road through another nuclear wasteland, and people were protesting. They were mostly beat up and jailed for their opposing the genocide machine. Russian environmental activists and residents are sounding the alarm over government's plan to build a motorway near a Soviet radioactive waste site, and it's a huge site they're talking about, by the way, and you got to dig it up in order to build the roads through there on top of that. That they fear could spew dangerous radioactive particles. Well, it's well known it does. There's no one maintains the site because it's lethal doses. Environmentalists push for safe cleanup of nuclear site near Buffalo. It never stops, right? The West Valley Demonstration Project, which is New York, I think, should never have been chosen to store hazardous material. And Barbara Wheeler, a member of the Citizens Environmental Coalition, an Albany-based group that advocates for safe and healthy communities in New York. 40 miles from Buffalo, evolved from the Western New York Nuclear Service Center, was built in the 1960s to convert mixed oxide fuel in order to spent nuclear fuel from commercial reactors, which is illegal now in the United States and Canada, into reusable nuclear material. That's not what they're doing. They got nowhere to store it, right? And they won't store it. They're not trying. They want it vented into the communities to poison the planet. It's on purpose. You really think that we couldn't come up with a solution if we wanted to? So they don't want to, obviously. Otherwise, why didn't they? They spent $20 billion on Yucca Mountain just for litigation. They don't want a repository. Into reusable nuclear material, which is crimes against humanity and an omnicide. You're destroying all the species on the planet. Department of Energy reported spending $3.1 billion on contracted cleanup activities, but it cannot estimate the cleanup's final cost until it decides how it will address the remaining waste. And by the way, 90% of the monies allocated for cleanups goes to administration, not the actual physical work. 90%. So the industry is not just greedy, it's actually evil. Letters to the editor, 1 year with the Nuclear Waste Management Organization in Central Bruce, Canada, in Ontario, Canada. They're talking about building a repository in farmland and right alongside one of the biggest aquifers Canada has. We cannot allow the Nuclear Waste Management Organization, South Bruce Council, to fabricate what willingness to host cleanup this dump means. Attendance at the meetings, workshops, and open houses cannot be counted as willingness. Remember, we were encouraged to learn more and now cannot be penalized for attendance at any one of these sessions. So what the Nuclear Waste Management Organization was doing was they have meetings, and if you show up there, that was considered, they would consider you pro. Oh, well, people were interested in a new dump because they showed up at the meeting. No, they showed up because they were worried for their friends and families and loved ones and communities. The buffer zones around the WIP, the Waste Isolation Pilot Project, which they turned into a repository, but it's not an actual, it was just a project. Low and intermediate nuclear waste, which, by the way, they've taken 6,000 shipments from Los Alamos that don't deal in low waste, is 10,240 acres. And they had a nuclear meltdown there in 2014. We covered that. The local media, KRQE, chopped up some of my video, put me on television down there, and said I was a lawyer. Turns out I wasn't a lawyer or even close to it. It was 100% spot on. Caused by human errors allowing radionuclides to escape to the surface. First off, they say it'll take them 40 years to truck the nuclear waste here. And by the way, everything is vented, particularly on the trucks. When it gets there, it's repackaged, which means it's vented. They have huge ventilation shafts down because everything down there is vented. And 40 years down the road, they're planning on sealing it. But guess what? That'll be vented. Today we will be convinced of the safety of radiation using the example of spent nuclear fuel. So telling the kids today we will be convinced means the kids think that they're supposed to be convinced, right? That's how propaganda works. It's very effective. Those affected by an airplane accident in Spain, I think that was. Blow me nose again in a second here. My apologies, everybody. There's no shortcuts around this. Just give me a second here. That is what it is. We all had the flu at one point or another, haven't we? I think mine is more about allergic. Ex-U.S. soldiers nearing resolution of claim from 1966. So since 1966, they've been poisoned and looking for compensation or at least medical help, right? But the report emphasizes a few decades later, veterans who participated in the operation began to have cancers and other health-related problems to the exposure of plutonium. Looks like my battery give out on the camera was pointed at the Geiger counter. I apologize for that. Remember that in 2015, the U.S. finally made a commitment to Spain to take the contaminated land, but they only took part. They brought in thousands of people to clean up where 2 bombs on a plane wreck, nuclear bombs. A full-scale nuclear security exercise at a French site. It took them 3 months, I think it was, for the third time. An operation orchestrated by the Nuclear Rapid Action Force. Nuclear Rapid Action Force was organized on the site of the plant in order to verify its security capabilities. They had military coming down from helicopters with guns. They had their little toy, useless, pointless robots. And said, don't panic if you see the air commotion around the nuclear power plant in France. And they needed 3 to 4 months of preparation for an exercise, which means there's no way you can react to a real event. Russia's nuclear dumpster threatens the Arctic waters. Several Soviet nuclear submarines lie in the Kara Sea, posing the risk. There's actually 18,000 dumps up there. But they're talking about the Kara Sea there. Several Soviet nuclear reactors. For decades, the Soviet Union used the Kara Sea as a dumping ground for nuclear waste. In the icy waters of this sea, in the north of Russia, lies about 15 nuclear reactors scrapped by the Russians, and at least 4 entire nuclear submarines sunk or damaged by accidents. 15 nuclear reactors thrown into the ocean. In total, boats would generate an activity, they claimed, of 1 million curie, which is 3.7 times 10 to the power 10 becquerels. It's 37 billion becquerels is what they're talking about, and per curie, and there's 88 curies in a gram of cesium. So that's 88 times 37 billion atoms. And each atom can give an animal or an insect or a bird or a human a cancer or 1,800 other illnesses. So 88 curies works out to 24 pounds, rather, of 1 million curies would be 24 pounds. Would be 11,300 grams, 391 ounces, and 24 pounds. And of course, this is incredibly downplaying the amount. This is an absurdly low amount that we're actually talking about. In total, these boats would generate activity 1 million curies. In total, it would be billions of curies, not a million. Including other nuclear waste, the fissile materials represent nearly 6.5 times the radiation released in Hiroshima. 6.5 times. It's infinitely more than that. So they're saying Hiroshima was less than 200,000 curies. I think people like that should never be allowed to write again. They should, and then they quoted Popular Mechanics website. And Popular Mechanic website, you know, the internet age, was bought by the nuclear lobbying industry. If you go to Popular Mechanic, it's pro-nuclear, and it's endless propaganda. And it's the worst propaganda imaginable. It's the sickest propaganda. It's where anything goes. It's Popular Mechanics. It's disgusting that stuff like this can happen. And because it used to be the Popular Mechanics magazine, which was pretty cool. You have all kinds of little, you know, it was back in the day. But then when it got on the internet, it became hugely popular right away. And so lobbyists bought it for a large amount of money, by the way, and have used it now to bludgeon the people that go there with propaganda. And so you can't talk to the average person that goes to Popular Mechanics about nuclear because they're so indoctrinated with the propaganda. At its military peak in the mid-1990s, Russia had 245 nuclear-powered submarines, and 180 of them were equipped with 2 reactors. There's 160 of them abandoned on a Russian beach in northern Russia right now. In October, 12 decommissioned Soviet submarines are waiting to be disposed of in Murray-Maxent, which is where there's 160 just Russians ran up on the beaches. Yeah, and abandoned. Wrap your mind around it. Because they didn't really, for the majority of the original nuclear submarines and some today, they don't build in a decommissioning. Because you can't, if you open it up, you got to abandon the ships, see? It has to be done specially. This is why they come ashore and do it. Filled with reactors and nuclear waste. Well, the newer ones are a little easier, obviously, but when the cash-strapped Russian military failed to pay the base's electricity bill for months, the local company shut off the power, threatening the submarines with fusion meltdown. Scumbag says from Popular Mechanics. Military personnel had to persuade the factory workers, the electrical plants, to restore power by threatening them with a gun. Said, turn the power back on to the nuclear site or we're going to shoot you on the spot. So when the military comes into your business and says something like that, it's pretty hard to ignore it, I'm sure. High Court denies government's responsibilities for Fukushima nuclear crisis. The High Courts. Of course, everything is nationalized, so it is the government's fault. But they don't take blame when it comes to nuclear. Nobody's allowed to be blamed in the nuclear industry for nuclear. It's 100% taboo. Presiding judge says it cannot be said that the state could have predicted a huge tsunami like the one that struck the Fukushima plant. In fact, they got signs in Japan on the coastline, do not build below here, because they got a 1,000-year history of tsunamis. They're in a active fault line where they have 5,000 earthquakes a year. They got 2 tectonic plates meeting up there, which is guaranteed. That's how you get an earthquake, is the tectonic plates go for a couple of 100 miles, and you have an incredible displacement of water, and you see waves at 600 miles per hour coming into the coastline. They were forced to leave their hometowns as 3 reactors suffered meltdown. It was 4 buildings went into complete meltdown, and there are fuel pools, which is decades of reactor cores melting down. It's equivalent to hundreds of nuclear power plants melting down. What's going on in Fukushima? Robots to retrieve radioactive remnants from Fukushima's and other retired nuclear power plants. Now, this is supposed to be reactor 4. That's a fake picture. Because you're talking about robots to retrieve radioactive elements from Fukushima. Well, there would be in the fuel pools at the top of the buildings, which are way up here. That's the building they're talking about over there. Now, on that side of the building, you can see it's completely gutted. Most people, I'm assuming, so you see the building is completely gutted, all the way to the ground, yeah? And even here, you can look inside of here, it's completely gutted. There's nothing left there. There's nothing left. You won't find a light switch or a door or cabinet or a door handle, or you won't find a plunger or anything in the building that's usable. And another reason, because it's incredibly radioactive. And so you can't stand up here. You can't be stood up here, and you're not coming out of a reactor building because you're not going in there. So how high do you think that hole is up above the green screen shot where they inserted people into the picture? They're wearing paper suits with no tears into them. It's absurd. The whole story is absurd. There's zero possibility. Zero. Zilch. No possibility whatsoever that that picture is real. I suppose it could be real, but if it's real, then they died that day or that week. So yeah, they do that with the homeless. They'll send them into dangerous areas and see if they drop dead. That's not actually unusual. IOC Dick Pound says Spectator is not a must-have at the Tokyo Games. And so his name is Richard Pound. You use Dick Pound because it's funny, I suppose, right? I'm sure his parents gave him the name Richard because of his last name. Now, Pound said the torch relay is set to start on March the 25th in Fukushima Prefecture in a nuclear wasteland. So the Olympics originally, and to a large percentage successfully, used the Olympics to convince a large population that it must have been safe there because people were there. But that's not how it works. Just because it's not safe don't mean people won't end up in there, because the victims of society will get a job. They don't understand nuclear. French nuclear plant halted after fish clogs the water filters. And as everybody knows, you can't just shut a nuclear power plant down. It doesn't shut down, see? If it doesn't get water, it'll melt down within a couple of hours. And so they were restricted water. They realized what the issue was. They had to shut it down. It took them 4 or 7 days to actually shut the plant down. And France, of course, well, for me and people that are in the know, are one of the worst. The nuclear industry down there is one of the worst. What the hell is the word for it? Worst examples of humans I've ever come across. They don't have any of the attributes of a human that I can find. And they disconnected all 4 reactors. As you remember that plant I showed you earlier where they were having a security apparatus going under. At the same plant, the North Coast, Wednesday, after a significant unforeseeable number of fish got stuck in the drums of the pumping station, they need 1 million gallons a minute, 4,500 tons every minute. 4,500 pickup trucks for each reactor of water every minute. 4,000 cubic meters of water every minute. 4,500 cubic meters of water every minute. And so salt water typically would have 1 billion creatures into it. And 75 to 100 million of them are the phytoplankton. The base is the food chain. The base is the oxygen chain. The base is the carbon sequestering chain. And so you're eliminating the essential of life on Earth just in that process. But the rest of the 1 billion creatures in a glass of water are the eggs and larvae. It's unbelievable. So multiply 16 million times 1 billion creatures per minute for each reactor on the planet. being exterminated. They're 100% extermination machines, is all they really are. Power is a byproduct, and it's not a very effective byproduct. It's only 30% efficient, and the fuel is only 5% before it becomes unstable due to microscopic cracks, trillions of microscopic cracks. And then when you take that fuel out with trillions of microscopic cracks that are all hemorrhaging atoms, because the thing is nuclear is a perpetual machine. It's producing more than is there, right? So it's producing extra atoms at a absurd rate every minute. It's an absurd rate of atoms. Once you take it out and put it in the pool, those atoms are no longer contained all day, every day, now, forever. 1 million people's worth of electricity is released into the environment, pulsing energy every second forever. So each year, you're going to multiply by 365 by 40 years, 50 years, and you can see what a planet is heating up. EDF, which are incredible degenerates, by the way, the nuclear industry, in Britain has been halted several times due to excessive amounts of seaweed. So not just France plants that are shutting down because of fish. The French ones in the United Kingdom have to be shut down because of seaweed. And in Sweden, it's the same thing because of jellyfish. All of these are potential nuclear meltdowns, catastrophic events for entire continents and the planet and the ecosystem. While rising sea temperatures the following year forced some plants to limit power output. So the sea was hotter and they couldn't run at full speed because they couldn't cool down because of a man-made anthropogenic global warming caused by radiation. Global warming is radioactive fallout. Hard for a lot of people to wrap their mind around that. But this is a model of radioactive fallout from Fukushima. The model is only based on venting. It's not based on the actual radioactive fallout. And the plume model you're looking at here, covering most of the planet, is only a 20-day plume up to 31st of March 2011. The accident happened on the 11th of March. So this is a 20-day plume model, covers 3/4 of the planet. If they let the model run for another 10 days till April 10th, it would cover the entire planet. And this was sustained, which means it's still going on now. So caveat is how each nuclear power plant, there's many different ways that nuclear power plants kill fish. We're just going to talk about a few of them, certainly not all of them. So this is Indian Point in New York City. They estimate 17 billion fish are killed each year in New York. 9 billion fish are killed in New Jersey each year. This is absurd numbers, right? But the system also vacuums up trillions of newly hatched fish and destroys them in the heat exchangers. Remember that word there, trillions. The NRC estimated more than 300 billion baby fish are killed each year when they're sucked into the 40-foot intake pipes. And the 300 million baby fish, I'm sorry, that's not the part I was looking for. So there's a lot of strong evidence that the decline in the fish stocks along the entire northeast Atlantic seaboard is due more to the destruction of the baby fish than the overfishing of adults by the commercial fleets. So they exterminated the fishing industry themselves, the nuclear industry, done by destroying the habitat and the ecosystem. Nuclear needed for UK energy security, but it's simply not true, is it? The think tank. So here's the World Nuclear Association promoting a brand new think tank as the bottom line, which is them themselves, see? To promote nuclear. While meeting his net zero ambitions, nuclear is not net zero. It's absurd to call nuclear net zero. The Center for Policy Studies is the think tank. Center for Policy Studies. So they exclude all institutions, all agencies, all people in the country. They create their own corporation, call it a think tank, and then they're supposed to be the arbiters of facts. It's a very, very, very dangerous precedent, by the way. And that story showed up again. Controlled blast at a nuclear plant site creates a political stir. Vimy Resources expect President Joe Biden to adopt policies promote nuclear power. They expect the president to promote nuclear power. Darlington 3 in Canada is ready for a reactor assembly. More than 4,000 lessons learned were captured from the refurbishment of the Darlington disease factory. And we actually have a poll tonight about the disease factories. Are nuclear power plants a disease factory? We got 91% says yes, and a staggering 9% are incompetent buffoons or accidentally hit the wrong button. I don't know why the nuclear industry tortures me. I mean, 36 people on my show. Am I really a threat to the nuclear industry? You never know. I've been arrested, I don't know how many times. I've been slandered, who knows how many times. Nuclear weapons factories guards lost 1,000 rounds. Nuclear weapons factory. Nuclear weapons and factories are two scary connotations put together, right? And their guards, which are typically high school graduates with a license to carry a weapon, lost 1,000 rounds of live ammo when it fell from their van on the highway. Lost 1,000. What are you carrying around 1,000 rounds of live ammo when you're guarding a nuclear power plant? What are you guarding a nuclear power plant? You got gates. You think people are going to break in and steal nuclear fuel? Well, they're not going to get away with it because it's a lethal dose right away. You need a special truck to carry the cask on. It's absurd to think somebody's going to go to a nuclear power plant and steal anything. The van was gone from the atomic weapons establishment, where the Trident warheads are assembled, a factory for nuclear warheads that you can't use, to a sister site at Aldo Maston that makes them on Monday. It's a misery machine, see? It's an idiot machine. That's what Russia is. Russia conscript who killed 8 fellow soldiers after being humiliated at a secret nuclear base got a 24-year prison sentence, 3 years for each kill. Right? But again, right, you're talking about people protecting nuclear weapons that are going to be, the radioactive fallout is killing their families as they speak. A military court has sentenced a 22-year-old, basically still a child, and a conscript at that, to almost a quarter of a century behind bars for stopping bullies with a gun, which is the right thing to do in that case. They left 8 dead and 2 seriously injured. 8 dead and 2 seriously injured. And the base is home to a secretive unit charged with defending stupid nuclear weapons. And during a firearms training session, he loaded a magazine to the AK-47 and opened fire on the scumbags that were brutalizing him. A specialist anti-terror detachment present at the base responded to the gunshots within the space of 2 minutes, and the gunmen surrendered. Like, people don't shoot 8 of their fellow workers in this environment unless they're scumbags. Incredible bullies. James Lewis says, suicide jellyfish are clogging up the inlets. It's one of the best comments this year, that one. Suicide jellyfish, suicide fish, and suicide seaweeds. How many suicide bombers does it take to equal an aircraft carrier again? I forget. Biden can now launch the nukes and unleash war welfare 3, every time he feels like it. The power to incinerate 1 billion or more humans over morning coffee. That's exactly, like launch them. I gotta go get some breakfast. Hurry up and launch those weapons. I gotta go get breakfast. I gotta watch my favorite talk show. That's the personality. And Biden don't even know what year it is. Biden got the full football. Should be a little comfort to anyone who's paying attention, especially given that the launch codes are now under the thumb of a man who may not even know what year it is. Look, I mean, when you got people pretending they're coming from a nuclear meltdown with a paper suit on top of that, you got real problems on this planet. Full radioactive operation began at salt waste processing facilities at Savannah River site. I think that's, Savannah River site. Salt waste processing facility. It's anything but salt waste. Well, salt's, a lot of minerals are described as salt, right? But it's crazy. The Virginian-based firm was nearly 2 decades ago selected to design, build, commission, and short-term operate. They were trying to build a nuclear waste processing machine. I can't remember, it was $30 billion they spent or something on that place. The salt waste processing facilities already handled more than 320,000 gallons of nuclear waste at Savannah River site. The first batch was 1,000 gallons siphoned from H-tank farms, was sent to the plant late last year. Up to 6 million gallons of radioactive waste. A significant environmental threat could be processed in the first year it's up and running. No. The waste settles in the tanks. The heavy metals pool together and start a neutron bombardment, creates a small chain reaction. It melts through the tanks instantly. It drains out. So they got to come up with a cover story of the waste that was supposed to be in the tank. And these places are 100% of the times are built on massive aquifers. In case there's a China syndrome, it goes down there and it doesn't go much further, see? But then it's releasing toxic amounts of waste for billions of years. But that's their old shit plan, is they build it on top of an aquifer or above a dry riverbed with an active river, etc., right? Don't believe these people, no matter if you look at your watch and it says 4 o'clock and they tell you it's 4 o'clock, go check the time somewhere else. Don't take their word for it. If they point up and say, that's the sun up there, don't take their word for it. Go ask somebody else and make sure that's the sun they're actually pointing at. It's actually that bad. Because like what I'm trying to articulate is that if they tell you something, you have to analyze it because it's most likely going to be a lie. That's the lesson of nuclear. They're incapable of telling the truth. Telling the lie is not an accident. They go to get an incredible education to tell a convincing lie. You know the job exists. See? The start of the operations enabled Department of Energy has now closed waste tanks at an unprecedented rate. In other words, they're lying through their teeth. There is no, like the process they're talking about doesn't neutralize the radiation, for starters, okay? And if this was true, then we would have the evidence of where they're putting what's left over, right? The containment. So when you take the fuel out of a fuel pool, it's very visible. There's great big huge casts, what they call a cast, or 50,000 pounds. They're very, very thick, right? And they put the fuel inside of that underwater. Then they take that and store it somewhere else. It's a very visible process. But there is no visibility in this story. There's just here's what we're doing, have a nice day. Well, where's the pictures and the evidence? Oh, well, don't worry about that. We're the government. And it's absurd to have. So this is Cheng. He's from Taiwan. He's a nuclear physicist. He allegedly went on a hunger strike for 90 hours in 2018. And he wanted a referendum to get the people to vote to import food from a nuclear wasteland called Fukushima. He actually went on a hunger strike to get it put on the referendum. And fortunately, the people voted no. But what a disgusting parasite willing to poison everybody in the country so he can get a paycheck on Friday. Japan government probably concludes Tokyo Olympics will have to be cancelled. Because they're paying for it, not the international Olympic agencies, or so-called committees, IOC. Tokyo Olympics will have to be cancelled because of the coronavirus, and the focus is now securing the games for the city in the next available year, 2032. Of course, right, they just need these people doing stuff like that, and they get a picture, and that's supposed to be the whole population is excited, right? The media we're completely lost rationale now, right? The media is completely unequivocally saturated with propaganda machines. Voice, the organization known as Voice, acquires the documentary Toxic Pigs of Fukushima. They didn't go there and create their own documentary, they acquired it. Yeah, there's toxic pigs because there's no toxic squirrels because they're all dead from the radiation, so they're studying the bigger creatures. When normally you would study the microscopic world, right? You can't do it because it doesn't exist. It's sterilized most of the country. Voice acquires the documentary The Toxic Pigs of Fukushima. And so people are creatures of habits. And they have these festivals in a nuclear wasteland, and they take advantage of it. That trigger, and they get people to go back. Well, you're supposed to do your festivals. Come on back to Fukushima. One condition that stands out among the list, though, is a further reduction in the amount of radiation, where 1 in 3 residents raised an important issue. The government has been decontaminating specially designated areas where it once thought that the settlement was limited for good, but which can be reopened for residents. It has set the annual radiation limits to lower than 20 millisieverts, 20,000 microsieverts, as one of the standards to lift the evacuation orders. But this is a false statement. It's based upon gamma. They're not checking the air, but they're not acknowledging or releasing the documentation of the alpha and beta and neutrons particles, radioactive isotopes. You don't measure this stuff in millisieverts. That's what you measure fuel rods in, right? In sieverts and subsidiaries. So when you try to, if you got a Geiger counter and you set it to millisieverts, that's not telling the story. My Geiger counter, which battery ran out, was up there in the corner, is in microsieverts, or my goodness, in Becquerel's atoms, pulsing energy every second. The government is also doing its part in reconstructing a specially designed area in Tomoka by establishing zones focused on revitalizing businesses and agriculture. So they go into a nuclear wasteland, they let you clean up little squares, and so you can grow food here, and you can live right there and have a business here. Meanwhile, you can't cross the street because all that radiation is right there. So this is a heartless thing to do to humans. It's a spineless, soulless thing to do to children. And it's a crime to do to everybody. It's 100% crime to trick and deceive and manipulate and coerce people to go back into a nuclear wasteland. It's 100% crime. With creating agricultural corporations in a nuclear wasteland, the radiation, you can't stop it from migrating. The minute you have rainfall, radiation washes into those clean areas, now they're even worse. In places that have recorded higher radiation levels, it's expected will be damaged from harmful rumors, including tourism and agriculture. In places that have recorded higher radiation levels, then people who talk about that, that's considered a rumor, despite the fact they acknowledge it at higher radiation levels. In other words, you're not allowed to talk about it. You're not allowed to have a debate about it. You're being discouraged from having discourse. The state of the French fleet is actually atrocious. They're all brittle reactors now in France. For the critical nuclear physicists, France does not have the means to ensure the extension of the life of the oldest reactors in the French fleet. Dirty nuclear, dirty fuel pools. There are also corrosion phenomena linked to maintenance faults and deteriorating piping. EDF would do well to say to itself that it's better to have 20 reactors that are functioning well and have been well repaired and to shut down the others quickly rather than let them operate beyond 40 years. If the 32 oldest reactors were in good condition, which they're not, of course, the older they are, the more brittle they are, we can set the conditions for their continued operation and judge whether they could be implemented. But this is not the case, and the state of the French park is worrying. Nuclear power plant referendum set to take place in August. This is Taiwan. So this reactor, fortunately, is not operational. It was built, ready to turn on, and then Fukushima happened. And so now it's been sitting idle. And that if they don't dismantle it, it'll be a fight every year to open it up. See? So as long as it's sitting there, they will continue. The nuclear industry will continue to try to get it. They just had a referendum that said not to open it, not to turn it on again this year. Just a few days ago, actually, in Taiwan. And so Chang, it should be Hung rather, breaks the 90-hour aerial hunger strike for the nuclear raising green and nuclear, get that, rubbing referendum. So he went on a hunger strike to open that plant and to import food from a nuclear wasteland and to poison the people on it. But he never actually went in on a hunger strike. He pretended to be on a hunger strike. He has a perfect complexion. He's not hurting. Now, when they allegedly took him away because he was on a hunger strike, all the media showed up and then they called an ambulance and they got all these dramatic pictures of him, right? But something else happened at that point. It was James Hansen came into the country to pick up a reward, an actual reward that was the equivalent, they say, of the Nobel Peace Prize. But it was a reward of $1.2 million American dollars was given to James Hansen for promoting nuclear. And James Hansen is not a nuclear physicist. He's a climatologist. And they were created to promote nuclear. The climatologist's job is to demonize everything, coal, oil, gas, and everything else, and put nuclear on a pedestal and claim that it has redeeming attributes and qualities. Well, it certainly doesn't have any redeeming qualities or attributes whatsoever. After being rejected by the election committee, he started a hunger strike for more than 90 hours. He had actually put together enough signatures, it's 300,000 or something, to get on the referendum, but the country told him to get lost. And so he went public with the helps of Forbes, Forbes.com. Michael Schellenberg actually went down there and started the promotion, and then he had lots of lackeys in North America who regurgitate his harmful narratives, and they promoted this frigate from Taiwan. Snowpiercer. Remember that movie, Snowpiercer? First, the weather changed, which is what happened after Fukushima, by the way. They had shot up all these this is a movie series that's on Netflix, and they shot up all these nuclear weapons to try to change the weather. Think about this statement, huh? So they covered the sky in radioactive fallout. This is what they're teaching kids, but they don't call it that. They said they done this to change the weather. But you're going to change it, all right? You get the radioactive fallout, and then everything dies. The planet turns into an ice age. the sun is blocked out, blah, 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 blah. But that's not how it actually works. That was a study written by two guys, and Hollywood ran with it. So if you detonate bombs, nuclear weapons, up in the atmosphere, it's not going to blot out the sun. It's stupid to suggest it will. Radiation is invisible. You can't see it or smell it or taste it or hear it or touch it or feel it or pick it up or throw rocks at it. And so that movie was meant to indoctrinate children. Here's the story they're using. First, the weather change. The deniers knew why, but they still doomed us with their lies. War made the earth even hotter. The earth melted. War made earth even hotter. First of all the nuclear weapons on the planet can't mimic what Fukushima is doing, because it's a constant chain reaction, constantly consuming steel and rebar and cement and rocks and water and everything else. It's atomizing and aerosoling and ionizing and radiating and releasing it into invisible endless plumes. A nuclear weapon is 1/1,000,000th of a second detonation. You have a volume that releases, whereas a nuclear meltdown is always creating endless, perpetual volume of radiation material. The ice melted, and I documented that, by the way, on expeditions up to Alaska, year after year after year, on the west coast, from Vancouver to Alaska, because you can see all the Rocky Mountains the whole time, the whole coastline to Alaska. After a few years, there was no more ice, right? And you get snow in the wintertime covering the peaks, and that lasts us through some of the summers, but there's no more ice in the mountains up there. And it's the same for Jasper and Alberta Rocky Mountain regions. We went up and documented that, and it was almost all gone, just snow in the wintertime that shows up there. So the men of science, which have betrayed us now to death and all species, try to cool the earth to reverse the damage. And they showed the nuclear bombs detonating at high altitude. Instead, they froze her to the core. So they claimed that the nuclear bombs would cause nuclear winter. That's not how it works, though. It's meant to cover up the flaws of nuclear. Taking a nuclear bomb cloud off the table, there are at least two ways we may soon be doomed by global warming, which is caused by Fukushima and 75 years of nuclear releases into the environment. All the fuel pools hemorrhaging radiation all day into the environment. All of these combined now is the catalyst for radioactive fallout. So it works this way. The plumes, this one's only after 20 days, but after 30 days covers the whole planet. It's a continuous plume. It's still coming at it, or even 10 years later. The entire plume is energy. It's from the bottom of the ocean, saturated throughout the water columns, all the way to the upper, lower tropospheres. Everything is saturated with endless radiation. It's pulsing energy every second at the speed of light. And it does that by the atoms. And so that's insidious, what's really going on here. It's an insidious cover-up to blame it on your tin cans, your pop bottles, and everything else, when it's actually the nuclear industry. So the most powerful nuclear weapon ever built was we talked about this a little earlier, was the Soviet bomb. And its estimated yield was 57 megatons, the animosity equivalent of 3,800 times the power of the 15 kiloton atomic bomb that destroyed Hiroshima in 1945. So 3,800 nuclear weapons going off at the same time. That's just one bomb. So when you add all of these big megaton bombs up, you're into tens of thousands of nuclear weapons on the planet worth of radiation. Then you have all the fuel pools that are evaporating absurd amounts of radiation because the fuel rods are still splitting the atom despite the fact they're no longer in the reactor. Open access government, that means you should run, right? Unfortunately, I have to walk into the fire, read the propaganda just so we can document it. It's a shit job that I have. I literally have the worst job on this planet that I know of, where you wallow into this excrement constantly to the point where your brain can't handle it. You know, I have many nervous breakdowns from reading this stuff, just dismal. But somebody has to walk in those shoes, and somebody has to document it, somebody has to tell that story, and we don't have anybody willing to do it. We have controlled opposition out there, that the industry created opposition that looks and sounds a lot like me, but are very subtly distorting the actual documentation, the facts. And how can you make your assessments based on distortion? You can't, right? So I have to be incredibly honest all the time, right? I can't I can't sit in silence, right? I just can't, despite everything, right? And I get a lot of death threats, and it still bothers me they do that to me. And they got me censored, obviously, heavily. As countries attempt to meet the Paris Accord, now the Paris Agreement was created to promote nuclear, which is the opposite, which is what caused the problem in the first place. Unlike solar and wind energy, which needs the sun to be shining or the wind to be blowing, and that's why we have compressed air storage. That's why we have tidal energy, which is getting really good, by the way. It's 100% of the time. The tide is always going to go that direction for so many hours, and it's always going to go this direction for so many hours. It's 100% reliable, right? And you can put screens around it so big fish don't swim into it. Unlike solar and wind. And so you can store it with pumped hydro. There's many ways to store energy, by the way. They refuse to do it because that makes nuclear obsolete immediately. And so they would rather kill the planet than switch gears and get another career. They didn't join the nuclear industry because of a career. They joined the nuclear industry because it's a death cult and a secret society. And they might not even know it, they're working it, but that's exactly what we're able to articulate, isn't it? One reason is that there are significant public concerns over nuclear power and its safety, especially following notable accidents like the occurrence at 3 Mile Island in Chernobyl. What about Fukushima? You don't even mention Fukushima? It's worse than both of them put together by far. In fact, Santa Susana in the United States is 460 times worse than 3 Mile Island. So they don't mention Fukushima in that story. How convenient. America, that lives closer to nuclear power stations, are more likely to have a favorable opinion of the nuclear industry. And they're the most likely to be poisoned, the most likely to get sick, the most likely to die early, the most likely to have their children die horrible deaths. Nuclear power reactors do not produce any carbon emissions, which, of course, I challenge that narrative constantly. This is an absurd assertion. Nuclear power is unequivocally, unassailably, the most carbon-intensive thing on the planet, period. There's nothing comes even close to nuclear for carbon-intensive. It's particularly why it's running. It needs 2 external carbon plants to run, right? And carbon doesn't pulse energy and heat up the planet, by the way. It doesn't make plumes that cover the planet. Carbon doesn't make plumes that covers the planet. Radiation is the only thing that covers the planet in plumes of actual atoms, physical atoms. Bulgaria shuts down a nuclear reactor due to security problems. Security problems. How many times have you heard a coal plant shutting down because of security problems? Or an oil plant? The thing about Bulgaria's plant, though, is it flows through 10 countries. That river runs through the largest number of countries in the world. It pollutes 10 countries because they dump toxic amounts into the rivers and oceans before draining into the Black Sea, and its drainage basin extends to 9 more countries. So these are endless misery machines and agony machines. The Danube River is one of the biggest rivers in that area. Nuclear power plants, when they began being built, were not seen as running for more than 40 years because of radioactivity in brittling metal parts known as the Wigner effect. The neutron bombardments degenerate metal and make it extremely vulnerable. So operating licenses were originally limited to 40 years, and the nuclear promoters in the U.S. government and nuclear industry are pushing to let nuclear power plants run for 100 years to somehow keep nuclear power going for just another few years. For the Department of Energy, which inherited the role of promoting nuclear power from the U.S. Atomic Commission, which was abolished in 1974 because not just conflict of interest, but because they were so incredibly evil. And nothing in the Atomic Energy Act prohibits the number of licenses renewals. So they took that loophole and they want to extend it out to 100 years. But these are high pressure reactors at 1,000 psi, 2,200 psi. And it's guaranteed to happen that they're going to get brittle, the materials, the metals. And so at 1,000 psi, it doesn't handle embrittlement very well. It'll pop. And at 1,000 psi, it'll pop like a car tire, except the car tire at 1,000 psi. New York AG files lawsuit to support complete removal of Indian Point nuclear power facility. And I showed you earlier about nuclear power plant, how many ways it kills fish. It's staggering. It's just a single nuclear power plant. Ability to kill fish is just staggering. It currently has approximately $2.1 billion of aggregated trust funds for decommissioning. They want to take a quarter of that, $630 million, and use it for the fuel storage. But they're arguing that that's the government's job to store the fuel. So they shouldn't have to spend the money on storing the fuel from a nuclear power plant. The taxpayers are supposed to pay for that, because the government now owns the fuel. See? Any idea how sick and twisted that statement actually is? Because somebody's got to pay for it, and they ain't paying for it. Pushing for nuclear power in an impoverished country is wasteful and ill-advised. Thank goodness somebody said that. The 2017 World Nuclear Industry Status Report had that of the 53 reactors under construction in mid-2017, 37 were behind schedule. 8 of the projects have been in progress for a decade or more, and 3 of them have been under construction for more than 30 years. 30 years. One of the Watts Bar reactor took 40 years. 42 years, was it? Or 49 years, I can't remember. And so you had this old decrepit material that was already brittle from exposure, then turned into an active power plant. It's literally, the industry is desperate to kill the planet. Army Corps find radioactive material in soil. That's in Niagara County. Of course, they put it there for goodness sake. They didn't find it. They actually created it in the first place. So the headline was being very generous and conservative to the and so when you look at this berm that they built there over the nuclear waste that got dumped in that particular spot, that's just 10 acres. It's much worse than that. They also had an open site burning of radioactive materials in the 1950s there. And that pad is still there where they used to burn radiation. Surrounding communities all around it. It showed uranium, radium, and thorium, and they claimed there was very little plutonium or anything else there, just radium and thorium. Well, it can't be just radiation, radium and thorium. almost every soil sample within 30 inches of the surface of the town of Porterfield. So there's a town nearby, and it's highly contaminated. But remember, we just went through it. They actually had open burn pits in the 50s with communities. They go home to their community not too far away and go outdoors have their children outdoors, and then wondering why their children got sick later. Not all of them understand the dangers by any means, but the technical ones do, obviously. This is a World War II explosive manufacturing site that later became a nuclear waste disposal site. And the most hazardous part is 191 acres, not 10 acres. It's 191 acres. And at the center of it is the 10-acre interim waste containment structure. Like, if you were exposed as much as I am to this documentation, you can't cover it all. But you can't tell it all either because there's so much and so varied in so many countries. But it's obviously a genocide machine. We're obviously in very real dangers. We have real issues that we won't address. The Niagara County field where the samples were taken believed to have been the site of an open-air burning radioactive pit. Way off. The U.S. government in the 1950s ordered burning of nuclear waste in the open air on a field in Porter. So how safe is the field today? The answer could come in a year or two. Now that the military-industrial complex engineers has announced it will begin a $600,000 project to investigate the little tiny spot there. They love it, eh? They're going to get all this money. And they go, oh no, it's like a banana or a potato chip or walking in the sunshine or sleeping next to somebody or getting on an airplane or climbing a mountain. We can do another study if you want. Well, that's what he told the first line, so they can get the other study. This is some of the scariest parts of the story. Nuclear technology yields cotton, ready to withstand the withering heat waves brought on by nuclear, a.k.a. global warming, a.k.a. climate change. The International Atomic Energy Agency, they're not they're a death factory, a death cult. But they're not an agency. They're an agency of misery, a perpetual disease. In partnership with the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations. Well, they're both United Nations. This corporation that has taken over the sovereignty of almost all countries. George Bush Sr. described them appropriately, the United Nations. I'll adjust audio in real time for you. Hang on.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
So he called United Nations the New World Order. And he's right, that's who they are. They're the military-industrial complex from 195 countries. And anybody knows anything about these types of organizations, if they get power, you cannot get it away from them without going to war against them or incarcerating them. And because you're talking about 195 countries, militaries, you're talking about a very dangerous, imminent danger to our planet. Is working with local experts to develop and introduce new varieties of cotton that are more resilient and better adapted to the new climate realities. In Pakistan, there was 150,000 Pakistanis committed suicide because they used GMO seeds. Seeds are first exposed to radiation with gamma rays, planted in the growth chambers or greenhouses. The plants arising from the radioactive seeds are planted and advanced over 3 to 4 generations, then examined and selected for traits targeted for improvement in the program. You don't need to do that. Normally you would take seeds with these attributes, seeds with those attributes, and you splice them together, right? You might even do it with the plants. And they've been doing that for thousands of years. And so by introducing radioactive mutants, this is what these are. These are radioactive mutant seeds. And then putting that in the cotton, which people wear constantly, and they wash their clothes with other clothes. And so it's a very slippery slope that has no right to exist. Like their whole legacy is predicated upon genocide and ecocide and omnicide. The Indian Navy needs fleets of nuclear-powered attack subs. What do you need a nuclear-powered attack sub? General purpose attack submarines? General purpose. So we can attack anything, Dana. If you got it, then you will too, right? And if you don't got it, then you won't, yeah? So is it better not to have it than to have it? That's a simple question, isn't it? Nuclear technology is killing farming in Zimbabwe. Again, you see the International Atomic Energy Agency, which is not that at all. They're United Nations. They have no sovereignty over anybody. The National Court shields the decontamination plan of Palmares in Spain to keep it confidential. Where an airplane had lost 2 nuclear weapons or more. One of them, they didn't find it, even though they said it dropped down to a farmer's field. Well, then why not dig it up? Because the plutonium was scattered everywhere. They brought in thousands of people to clean it up. It took them years and years and years for something they say wasn't bad. They adopted a measure to guarantee the confidentiality of the government's plan to clean the soil with radioactivity in the district. In other words, nobody was allowed to scrutinize their assertions. In other words, no checks and balances. And so that's not the way to do something, is it? No checks and balances? How open is that? The B-52 bomber of the United States Air Force, and they've had a lot of these went down, or dumped their weapons. And the world can't handle this stuff much longer. Otto Bell on life floating away in the toxic pigs of Fukushima. So remember that, we talked about that earlier, how Vice had bought the rights to this. They didn't go and do it themselves, they bought the rights to it. Could always expect to be haunted by the time filming the toxic pigs of Fukushima, taking a camera into the Japanese prefecture where radiation still lingers. Kids can't walk to school because they might meet a boar on the streets in a nuclear wasteland. They shouldn't be there in the first place. Farmers are having their crops destroyed that they shouldn't be growing in the first place. And so the pig disposal facility, about a week of filming, and right off the bat, he was an incredible character, taking his responsibilities seriously. I'm sorry to say he passed away since filming of cancer. And he said, I'm not qualified to say whether it was because of the radiation, but I can't imagine it helped. I'm not qualified to say. Well, actually you are. You were there and seen it with your own 2 eyes. You coward. There's the famous case of the big Japanese daily, Asahi Shimba Investigative Department. They used to have an investigative journalist at one time, believe it or not. They were gutted and closed down after they started releasing negative reports on a nuclear wasteland. After they stopped, not negative reports, but start talking about radiation in a nuclear wasteland, the government like, oh no you don't. Drone tested in aging West Japan town to supply goods to mountainous areas. Because they don't want to go up there themselves. A drone test flight was carried out in western Japan town with a goal to transport goods to a settlement dotted in the mountains areas, occasionally isolated due to heavy rains. Well, you're not going to be flying drones in heavy rains. Compensation for top bosses at the next Oak Ridge, the Oak Ridge National Laboratories, contract capped at $525,000. Because if you don't cap it, they'll give themselves bonuses of millions of dollars. 90% of all the funding goes to administration. Only 10% actually goes to the physical implementations and works. Feds scheduled 2 meetings to discuss plutonium disposal plans involving Savannah River site. So this truck is a special truck. And those casks that is carrying them to WIP, Waste Repository, which is not a waste repository. It was supposed to be a project, a pilot project, to find out how it lasted. So, like, would you store your car in a waste pit? Or, a salt mine? Of course you wouldn't. Because, the steel on your car is going to be pretty crappy next year. Savannah Riverside played a central role in the question alongside Los Alamos National Laboratory in northern New Mexico and the Pantex plant in northern Texas. The Savannah Riverside played a central role in the equation of Los Alamos National Laboratory. So the Pantex site is a primary United States nuclear weapons assembly and disassembly facility, which is even scarier, that aims to maintain the safety, security, and reliability of the pointless weapons the nuclear weapons you can't use. And the factory is located on, again, these enormous facilities, 16,000 acres, 25 square miles, 65 square kilometers site, 17 miles northeast of a major city in Texas, in the panhandle of Texas. The plant is managed and operated by the United States crazies at the Department of Energy. That's the actual crazies, eh? 2 public meetings have been scheduled to discuss the environmental review process for the surplus plutonium disposal program. So what they're talking about doing is taking plutonium and mixing it with soil. But my understanding of it was once you broke down plutonium, it was a gas. And so an alternative to the mixed oxide fuel fabrication facility at the Savannah River site, they spent over $30 billion on a mixed oxide fuel facility. It was basically almost completed and they gave up on it. Thank goodness for this planet and all the species on it. But then that was meant to get rid of the plutonium and uranium and curium fission products and stuff like that, and by repackaging it as a fuel for reactors. And of course, you got to upgrade the reactor dramatically for it to burn the mixed oxide fuel. And when they go off, they burn over 200,000 times hotter than a normal nuclear meltdown. And we've seen this at Sellafield, United Kingdom, where it melted down. It's still happening today, of course. 8 million liters a day hemorrhaging to the Atlantic Ocean. We see it also at Fukushima Reactor 3, which is absurd amount now. We have contaminated both the Atlantic and the Pacific lethal contaminations to the species now. We're looking at an extinction event. Sensible, sustainable nuclear power for Africa. And that's our old hate scumbag, Dr. Kevin Kemp. What a degenerate creep that guy turned out to be. My goodness. What a hateful, insidious, monstrous. His parents should be arrested and jailed for having not drowned him when he was born. At least 7 African countries have signed agreements with Rosatom to develop nuclear capabilities. First off, these countries can't afford it, so Russia's going to pay for it. These countries don't need it. They need something more appropriate because renewables and mass storage is available now, right? Compressed air and pumped hydro. Tidal power, for instance, is endless energy. It's brilliant. You don't need any storage. It's tidal power. Tide never stops going. The moon is consistent, right? Renewable energy sources like wind and solar depend on the variable weathers And it comes, again, like it doesn't have to. You can have pumped hydro and compressed air storage that you charge these systems with excess energy that you're not going to be using. So it's a win-win-win. So if there's no wind, no solar or sunshine, you have reliable peak power on top of that at your fingertips. And this is obsolete technology I'm talking about. This is not... And so their solution is only battery power. In order to have battery power, you have to conquer a country to get your hands on the lithium, which, by the way, Afghanistan happens to have. And was one of the connotations back during the war of why they actually went to war, was to get their hands on the mountains of lithium in that country. They actually acknowledged that back originally. Renewable energy sources like wind and solar depend on the variable weather. Of course they do, because that's how they get it. And if the clouds come over a solar plant, they're still extremely efficient, even with cloud cover, by the way. Nuclear power can be ramped up to replace the reduced output. Actually, nuclear power can't be ramped up. Nuclear power has to run constant. The idea that a national power system can run on renewable energy sources is unrealistic and suicidal, says maniac, monster, and demon Kevin Kemp. Perpetual liar. This man doesn't write a sentence unless it's a lie. It's unbelievable that he's even put into a pedestal. First off, gas, oil, and coal didn't cause the death of over 6,000 whales in the last couple of years. Of just, the grey whales. It's actually 7,000, they say, this year. These were all emaciated because the food chain was broken by Fukushima. It's now an extinction event for all the species. And we've documented that on research expeditions time in and time out, right? My God, we got the spam bots are hitting me hard tonight. Now, COVID is the cover story for radioactive fallout. Treat fossil fuels like nuclear weapons, says Global Treaty Initiative. So saying fossil fuel is as bad as nuclear is absurd. The emissions from coal or oil or gas don't pulse energy every second. They have none of the attributes of dirty nuclear. China flies nuclear-capable bomber and fighter jets over Taiwanese waters. Yeah, they've been doing that forever. Taiwan is, 100 kilometers off the coastline of China? An American military-industrial complex has their dirty little fingers into it. And China has their... Look, there's a prime example of this where Russia put nuclear weapons in Cuba. And there was this Cold War crisis, yeah? Well, this is what Taiwan is China's Cuba. And America, instead of Russia, is doing the same thing. That American had screamed about, this is outrageous, the Russians got nuclear weapons at Cuba. Well, it's outrageous the American got weapons in Taiwan, right? And it's outrageous that they're claiming they're willing to protect Taiwan steadfastly and at all costs. They're willing to have a nuclear war with China, which is always... they wanted to nuke China in the 50s. Remember that? We covered that. Leading Taiwan's Air Force to deploy missiles to monitor the incursion. First off, Taiwan can't repel a Chinese invasion. If China wants to invade it, it will. They can't stop that. China will just defeat them from the air, and then they'll just slowly take over. Taiwan's military staged a stupid... this is a joke to think that Taiwan can repel China. It's absurd to suggest it. So the spokesperson for the White House National Security Council said the U.S. commitment to Taiwan was rock solid after the island de facto ambassador in Washington attended Mr. Biden's swearing in on Wednesday. The head of low carbon electrical analyst. My God, low carbon. This was a new company. The focus is likely to be initially be towards solar and wind generated electricity. All sources low carbon electricity, including nuclear. Nuclear is not low carbon. But this is what the Paris Accord, the secret society, the Paris Accord was about promoting nuclear, re-imaging nuclear as low carbon, as a fight against climate change, which is caused by carbon-intensive nuclear. And carbon is not your enemy. Plants can't live without carbon. We can't live without carbon. Insects and birds and animals can't live without carbon. The ocean can't exist without the carbon cycle. And you can't include nuclear as low carbon because nuclear is the most carbon-intensive thing on the planet. But that's how propaganda works, right? Uranium plant in Formosa, which was, they pushed back against it. For Argentine nuclear power plants erected, let me bring that up here. The government of the countries ended up allocating the money it takes to complete the controversial work that will produce fuel for Argentine's nuclear power plants erected in other points. The work in question is located 20 kilometers from our country, and the closest towns, blah, 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 blah. Constructions of uranium plant generates rejection. And I think that's like uranium plants is what they should be saying, because your food becomes radioactive from the radioactive fallouts. Radiation under the sea. 3 decades after the sinking of the K-278, for the first time, Norwegian authorities used robotic vehicles to explore the wreckages of ships. And in this way, they found that the submarine is releasing radiation levels 800,000 times higher than normal. And so they scuttled a lot of these ships and just scrapped them in the ocean, let the ocean be poisoned. The K-27, known as the Goldfish for its high cost, the 360 feet long attack submarine designed to hunt down other submarines, has been plagued with problems since 1962. With its liquid-cooled, metal-cooled experimental reactors, putting experimental reactors in a pristine environment. Yeah, how could that possibly go bad? One of them broke 6 years later, exposing 9 sailors to fatal doses of radiation. So let's tell that sentence again. One of them broke, the reactor broke. Okay. Like when a reactor breaks, it radiates everything. It doesn't break. It's incredibly horrifying. Killing 9 sailors with fatal doses of radiation. Try that in a sentence, because people don't really get it sometimes. In 1981 and 82, the Navy filled the reactor with asphalt and sank it up in the Arctic Sea in 108 feet of water, which is the nursery, right, of the coastlines, is that shallow water. And the tug had to ram the bow because it didn't sink. And the K-27 sank after some safety measures were put in place that should keep the wreck safe until 2032. But you ram the bow and punched a hole in it. You know what happens next? The water goes in the submarine. That's how come it sank. In addition to the nuclear reactor used for its propulsion, she was sunk at a time by 2 nuclear torpedoes. So they used nuclear weapons to sink it. And there's no releases. Well, first off, they set off 2 nuclear underwater weapons. When you set off a nuclear weapon underwater, what happens? Because it's just like your brain goes, when you read stuff like this, really, when you know the difference, right? So they set off 2 nuclear weapons to sink the Cosmos lit. We got another study that says in 1,000 years, it still won't leak. So if I blow up a submarine, right, with 2 nuclear weapons, and so there's a lot of radiation from 2 nuclear weapons, but underwater what happens is the salt water, the sulfur, forms this spherical buckyball type shell, like a soccer ball. And it ingests hot particles, uranium, plutonium, and stuff like that, into the buckyball, and is very, very transportable. And it's a hot particle, and it's incredibly dangerous. Incredibly dangerous. In addition to the nuclear reactor used for its propulsion, because it had nuclear reactors inside of it, it was sunk by, I still can't get over that, by 2 nuclear torpedoes, each armed with at least 3 kilograms of plutonium. So they were like the Nagasaki bomb. They were plutonium bombs, plutonium warheads. So a pound of plutonium distributed out by the atom can kill everybody on the planet. Everybody gets sick in increments over time, right? The sunken nuclear submarine and its effect on the environment. This is a study that came out in 1997. With an aim to determine whether or not the sunken submarine presents any significant hazards to man, worst case approach is taken. In estimating the environmental effects of the released radionuclides, and it is found that neither the submarine hull nor the reactor vessel will be destroyed by corrosion for at least 1,000 years. Well, they should have told the people that done the study that the reactor was blown up by 2 nuclear missiles. I'm sorry, what was it they said? Torpedoes. 2 nuclear torpedoes are the same as a nuclear missile, right? It's absurd. Like, it's absurd. The story is absurd. And then produce a study and saying that there's no adverse effects for at least 1,000 years. So even if you just sank it normally, like say it went down under its own power and it landed on the ocean floor, and then everybody evacuated through a special capsule hooked up to a submarine, came back to the surface, and the thing was completely sealed. No damage. Didn't ram into it with a tugboat half a dozen times. They didn't blow it up with 2 nuclear torpedoes. It was all just naturally put on the ocean floor. And even then, there's zero possibility that it can last 50 years or 40 years or 30 years even without rusting completely through. But to claim that even in 1,000 years, there will be no emissions coming from it, that's horrifying. That people like that actually exist, because they actually do exist, yeah? Dispersal of radionuclide Cesium, which is how the British like to pronounce it, from point sources in the Barren and North, and you can't make cesium. For every cesium, there's 100 times strontium-90, and around 80 times strontium-89. These are bone seekers. And there's potential contamination in the Arctic marine food chains. Coupling numerical ocean model with geographical fish distribution damages, they had redacted a dispersal model of the contamination. These models were originally put out, and now they're redacted. But the models are downplaying it as it is. They're not even really showing you the real significance of it. Radioactive waste disposal in seas adjacent to the territories of the Russian Federations. The greatest radio-ecological hazards come from the reactors from nuclear submarines and core plates of the nuclear icebreaker Lenin. Nuclear icebreaker had dumped their reactor core in the Arctic Sea. But it's not just the nuclear submarines, it's not the core plates of the icebreakers, the cores of the icebreakers, which has spent nuclear fuel in place and were dumped in shallow water in the Kura Sea near Nova Zembla, which is where the Russians and the Soviets done a lot of their nuclear testing, right? Radiation under the sea. 3 decades after the sinking of the K-278, for the first time, Norwegian authorities used robotic vehicles to explore the wreckage of the ship, and released radiation is 800 times higher than normal. Normal being post-weapons fallout. After the Iron Curtain fell and consequences came to light, for example, in 1982 at Riva Bay, some 600,000 tons of toxic water leaked into the Barents Sea from a nuclear storage pool. 600,000 one-ton pickup trucks of nuclear waste ended up in the Barents Sea. My God. Spilt fuel from more than 100 submarines was partly kept in rusty open-air containers. And so the fuel is always splitting the atom into the environment. The fuel is hemorrhaging radiation into the environment. Fearing contamination, Russia and several Western countries embarked on a deep cleanup, spending nearly $1.3 billion to dismantle 197. See, $103 billion can't even dismantle a nuclear plants, the basic functions of nuclear power plants. And so $1.3 billion ain't going to dismantle 197 Soviet nuclear submarines. Or disposing of strontium batteries, also about 1,000 navigational beacons. So over 1,000 lighthouses were using radiation as an energy source. It does show you how incredibly insidious and hateful and degenerate people in the nuclear industry actually are, that they've done stuff like that. And began removing fuel and debris from Andrea Bay and 3 other dangerous coastal sites. Because there actually is, right, 3 other sites like Andrea Bay, or probably butchering the name. Is that right? And 3 other dangerous coastal sites. 1,000 navigational beacons. I remember we covered that over the years many times. And there'd be little stories coming about certain lighthouses that were so radioactive, you had to wear special gear to go up and change the light bulbs. However, in other countries, Soviet nuclear waste were also dumped into the sea. And they're not the only ones who've done it. Like Britain done it non-stop for 2 decades that we know about, that they admit to. Non-stop. They would go out and throw the barrels overboard and shoot them to make sure they sank. Which meant, now, like, another thing to remember in these barrels, when they sink, you got every 33 feet, there's 14.3 psi, pounds per square inch. So when you get down to 66 feet, it's 28 pounds, right? If it gets down to 1,000 feet, you know what I mean, right? So the barrels will do that. And they'll implode when they get to the bottom. And then they're releasing the radiation. And they're just driving around indiscriminately, throwing the stuff off, the barrels off these container ships. Many countries had done that. And so they imploded right away, because that's how it actually works in the ocean. A 2019 feasibility study conducted by the Nuclear Safety Consortium found 18,000 radioactive objects in the Arctic Ocean, including 19 ships and 14 reactors. And saying that these submarines contained 1 million curies of radiation is incredibly downplaying. Curie is 37 billion becquerels, right? And then just cesium would have 88 curies per gram. So they're not talking about very much. They're not actually including the inventory of what's actually gone down. An accident while the submarine is being lifted could suddenly shake the reactor, potentially mixing fuel elements and starting an uncontrolled chain reaction and explosion. That could increase radiation levels in fish 1,000 times more than normal, or if it occurred on the surface, irradiate land animals and humans, says another Norwegian study. It is estimated more radiation could be released than in Klima Bay incident in 1985, when they were putting the fuel rods down, they touched each other and had a criticality, had a chain reaction. Everybody was killed on the submarine, and it contaminated hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of square miles, and they managed to hide that away since it happened, right? When an uncontrolled chain reaction during refueling of a Soviet submarine killed 10 sailors, but it irradiated, I can't remember, because we covered it not that long ago, but it was several hundred square kilometers that they emit to. But that mixes, right? That emits radiation into the environment. That you have radioactive pollen and everything else. You have to factor in a lot. The K-159 is smaller than the Kirsch, but before it sank, its outer hull was weak as an aluminum foil. Wonderful. According to experts, a hole in the bow would seem to rule out being able to pump air in and lift it up with balloons, as suggested above. Which is right, because the hole was weak. Every facet of the story is just mind-boggling. Ex-classmates reunite at school abandoned after Fukushima disaster. So we see this over and over and over now, where they let children go into a nuclear wasteland. So they can get a few pictures and pretend that nuclear is not as bad. The town of Nami and the Fukushima prefecture are still partly under evacuation order. That is the strangest thing ever, where you parts of the town is safe, the other parts are not. It doesn't work like that with radiation. Like in Fukushima, which is right alongside of Fukushima nuclear meltdowns itself, the train station there is open, right? But there's a little tiny section that they cleaned up, and they said it's safe to be there, but you can't cross the street. Don't walk over there, because you're getting a huge shine, gamma burst, and neutron burst over there. Well, that's going to come right across the street. That's not going to stay over there. If you're surrounded by radiation, you can't avoid it, right? It doesn't. It's not like you're in a field surrounded by forest. Well, think about it that way too, right? Like if you're in a field and you're surrounded by forest, and you're allergic to pollen from trees, and you're surrounded by those trees, do you have to go into the forest to have a allergic reaction, or is it just being in a field surrounded by the forest? Well, that causes allergic reaction, because that's what radiation is, the exact same attributes as that. They had attended a coming of age ceremony, which means they have a short time left because they went there and got poisoned. It just defies reality of how cruel these people actually are. It really does defy reality to see how cruel they are to do something like that. To let children go back into a nuclear wasteland, my God, boy. The areas where they used to live remains basically off limit because of radiation levels are still high. So what are you doing there? You're heartless, soulless. Just give me a second here. Okay, so just had to clear the nostrils again. Stuffed up tonight. Radiation, nuclear waste, or other concerns further along. Now, this is over in the United Kingdom. Praised for deliverance from nuclear plant. So Sizewell B, on top of that, or Bradwell B, is surrounded by farmland. That's what the new farm is going to be, which is this one here. Surrounded by farms. That's the new model, and it's right in farm country. It defies logic they would build a nuclear plant in farm country. 60th anniversary Goldsboro nuclear mishap, and the anniversary of the Big Bang that fortunately never happened. This is where a nuclear weapon was discharged from the plane because of problems, I think. Around midnight on January 24th, 1961, a B-52 aircraft used Seymour Johnson Air Force Base experienced a fuel leak and broke up in midair over Wayne County. And 2 nuclear bombs being carried on the bomber plummeted to Earth, landing with wreckage in the farmlands. This is a story we've heard a few times. One of the bombs was recovered while portions of the second sank into a muddy field, never to be seen again. Well, just dig it up. Because something happened, they're not going to tell you, so they can't dig it up, right? Now, my old site, is this site here. You see, after 16 minutes of the video, I had 335 views. And they took that down while I was out on a research expedition on the East Coast looking for spiders in the woods. I was 400 kilometers away from home in the woods camping out, and we can't find no spiders. And because they bioaccumulate radiation 1,000% rather more than the background they're in. So they're the canary in the forest, so to speak, for radiation. And we didn't see any ants, lots of ants' nests, but they were all abandoned. We didn't see, and we being me, didn't see any flocks of birds at all last year, the year before, this year. The list keeps going. It's an extinction event in the Atlantic, not just the Pacific, which we've done 6 years of research expeditions in. Nuclear how EDF, which is France, teams trained to avoid a Fukushima. You can't avoid a nuclear meltdown. And they say they can respond in 24 hours anywhere in France. But once the chain reaction starts, there's nothing you can do about it. It's a curse. 100% curse on humanity. In mark of progress, the Savannah Riverside crews remove cesium columns. Right, who was dumping it in the rivers? Is that Los Alamos? I can't remember. We're dumping these big tanks of cesium into the rivers, and they were dredging the river and started digging these things up, and everybody started getting sick. And then it came out they've been doing it for years, dumping. But this is what they call columns of cesium. They extract the cesium, put it in these containers. For the first time, emergency management as liquid waste contractors, Savannah Riverside have removed columns that are filled with cesium in a demonstration project designed to accelerate removal of radioactive salt waste from underground tanks. Operated by Savannah River Remediation. And these are terrible people. And so my other site, I would always get 100 thumbs up before the video was over. I haven't got a single video on my new site with 100 thumbs up, not one. I think the most I got on any video is 70 thumbs up, and I think that was probably an accident. The lobbyists at Google must have been on a coffee break when it happened. America Red Crescent sent nuclear bombers to Taiwan for the second consecutive day. So you got China flying nuclear bombers over one corner of Taiwan, and you got America flying them over the other end. Next government U-turn should be over Hinkley Point, United Kingdom. Now, I often use Hinkley Point as a demonstration to say, you really think that's carbon-free? All the precious metals that go into this place? That's just a fraction of Hinkley Point, by the way. Hinkley Point is said to cost $4 billion in 2008 and operational by 2017. Now it's $23 billion and operational in 2025. With a reactor design that's still not proven by the French and 5 times the cost. And nobody knows for sure if it'll actually come in on that price. It'll most likely be a lot higher than that. And it's highly doubtful it'll be coming online in 2025. Because they've had a lot of problems, right? And then it's going to poison Britain for 60 years, you say. 35-year index-linked agreed the strike price in 2012 and at 92 pounds per megawatt hour now is 110 pounds, with wholesale market rates of 45 and becoming 130 in 2025, with the same estimate market rate on Russia cheap wind and solar. In other words, we're forced to pay 3 times over the odds. And so what they said they were going to do was, if they come in with China and France builds it, they would give them a guaranteed price. 3 times market. And wind and solar coming in cheaper every 6 months or something, significantly cheaper. It's stupid to finish it, right? It's literally idiotic to build it It's a scumbag. Only scumbags want to build. But the people that are gonna be getting power from it won't be able to afford to live in their houses because of the power prices that are guaranteed. The whole definition, every facet of nuclear is insane. In fact, they predict. So this is I'm missing the headline of this story. They're talking. This is Camco. Camco stocks had went up a couple of years ago. 37% in the last year, which they had flattened out from $35. They went down lower in that to US $65 in the long term is what they're hoping for. The stock is up 37%. And the reason the stocks went up is because they got a refund, right? Where they have a subsidiary company in Switzerland. And so all the cash goes to Switzerland. That way they don't pay any state, federal, or local taxes in Canada. And they call it good business, but they're denying the Canadians the tax from the right where everybody else has to pay taxes, they don't. But the reality of it is that Camco even acknowledged that Canadian Revenue Agency was appealing the tax cool ruling that was in the company's favor, which was used to artificially inflate the stocks, which tricked other people into buying the same stocks, and so they can sell their stocks and get their money back. So the Canadian Revenue Agency is appealing a tax court decision. The Saskatchewan-based uranium miner estimates it will take about 2 years for the federal court of appeal to hear the decades, or decide the case. 2 years. And so they artificially inflate stocks, and last month Camco said the tax court ruled in favor. Hang on. They contended it was a sham established to avoid Canada taxes, while Camco maintained it was legal and sound business practices. Where they put that part, their money part of the company, in Switzerland, so they wouldn't have to pay any taxes. Why would you want a business like that in your country? Well, if they're trying to screw over the government, I suppose that'd be cool. But this is nuclear industry; they screw over everybody. Godzilla versus Kong. Again, they reveal how Kong can fight Godzilla's atomic power. So you see, like, nuclear doesn't increase. They're claiming that Godzilla was because of nuclear fallout or nuclear waste. Just like they claim Spider-Man got bit by a spider, radioactive spider. The Hulk was contaminated from a radioactive dump, blah, 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 blah. And these are meant to indoctrinate your children in increments over their entire life. And so subconsciously, they see nuclear, maybe, I'll end up with superpowers, right? They actually regurgitate this dangerous narrative. And it worked. It's 100% works. And that's why they've done it, because they know this stuff works. The atomic breath of a lizard, which doesn't exist. Godzilla's not real. The Hulk is not real. And Spider-Man's not real, etc., etc., etc. Pick your poison, right? There's no end to that stuff. Doomsday Clock unveiling January 27. This is the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientist. Now, they were created by people from the Manhattan Project, based at the University of Chicago, after Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And who are the advocates for the speakers of the Doomsday Clock and for the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists? You have all politicians from different countries. Look at it. So that's the industry, was what I refer to it, and everybody that's in the know will call controlled opposition. In 1984, President Ronald Reagan noted that the nuclear emperor has no clothes, and the only value in our two nations, the United States and the Soviet Union, at that time possessing nuclear weapons, is to make sure they will never be used. But then would it not be better to do away with them entirely? Well, the nuclear industry but rather kill the whole planet and have that happen. In fact, they will insist on killing the whole planet rather than have that happen. Scientists are concerned with radioactive fallout from America's nuclear plants, which is extraordinary to hear that statement, isn't it? And from the nuclear weapons testing, and the fact that all nuclear power plants, nuclear dumps are surrounded by farms should terrify the daylights out of everybody in the entire planet. No radioactivity detected above natural occurring level. Now, I've covered this story many times. This is another version of it. This is a facility, Department of Energy facility, nuclear facility, that they're tearing apart because it's too dangerous to be inside of it. For decades, the U.S. government has compensated employees who got cancer from working inside plants that made America's nuclear weapons. Now, a growing number of scientists say the radioactive threat may not stop at the fence line. Really? You think the fence won't stop the radiation? Zach Farmer, an all-star baseball player who grew up near the plant, was only 21 years old when he died of leukemia. Kate Smith lived near the plant. She too was just 15 when she died from another rare cancer. And local health commissioner is convinced people are living and dying from the radioactive fallout, which is what I talk about all the time. Of course, certain cancers are caused by certain things. We only have one plant that caused some of those things. 4 miles from the plant, one middle school was closed in 2019 after enriched uranium was discovered inside. Enriched uranium-235. Of course, we covered that story when it originally broke. The public's people, the medias that interviewed them, were adamant there was nothing, absolutely zero possibility came from the plants a couple of miles away. Air quality monitors, some as far as 14 miles from the plant, consistently picked up on radioactive particles, consistently. But school 2 miles away has no... Why would you build a nuclear plant like that 2 miles from a school? How heartless do you really got to be to do something like that? How insidious, really? Oh my goodness, eh? The U.S. Department, which oversees the plant, others like it, tell us there's no radioactivity detected above natural occurring level, is pure propaganda. That's pure propaganda. Terrible propaganda. There are approximately 300 uranium plutonium processing sites across America. Let that sink in for a second. There are approximately 300 uranium plutonium processing sites across America. 300. Yay. Approximately 300 uranium plutonium processing sites. It's just horrifying, isn't it? Do you believe that we're dealing with levels of contamination, cancer, and death at all these other sites? He says, yeah. You better believe it. So 300 processing sites across the country. You have 200 fuel pools across the country doing the exact same hemorrhaging radiation all day. Who knows how many dumps you got that they haven't recorded, landfills and everything else. We asked, do you believe that we're dealing with levels of contamination, cancer, and deaths at all the sites? He said, yep. In my mind, it's pretty easy to prove that these communities are indeed contaminated. Communities. Not parts, not little bits, but the communities are contaminated. Some of these got multiple communities in short distances of them. Support for aging nuclear plants are reckless, which is correct. Nuclear plants must be phased out over the coming years, wrote Carol Grossman. Whether the NRC listens is highly unlikely considering its record of rubber stamping whatever has been sought by other nuclear promoters and government and the nuclear industries. And nuclear power plants, when they began being built, were not seen as running for more than 40 years because of radioactivity and brittling metal parts. It's actually 30 years was the charters. So operating licenses were limited to 40 years, which was, again, 30 years. And Helen Caldicott, again, Helen Caldicott, man, oh man, oh man. Where's Helen till? Helen sold us out, eh? Here's a clip of her being asked which plant is real. Is it like that, or does it look like that over there? It's only a little short, tiny clip.
Let me ask you this. You've said that if the spent fuel pool in number 4 collapses, that you would evacuate your family from Boston. Do you think we would ever know the truth of what's going on there? And the reason I ask is because we've seen coverage in the national news media here in the United States from ABC News and others that take video cameras in, saying that they're being given exclusive access to number 4 in the removal of the fuel rods, which is said to have begun. And what we see in the video being shared here in America is a pristine interior building. It doesn't look like a building in which the top blew off in a hydrogen explosion.
The Japanese are very tidy people, and they have, by robot control and by human beings, removed the debris from the top of Building 4, and it does look pristine.
Okay, I'm going to play that last piece again.
The Japanese are very tidy people, and they have, by robot control and by human beings, removed the debris from the top of Building 4, and it does look pristine.
So a by robot is a human. So it looks like that. It can't look like that. And so Helen Caldicott knows this, and so she sold us out. Battle Beast resounds with nuclear blast. So one of the most biggest labels on the planet for music has the nuclear blast connotation. And so heavy metal groups in particular appeal to a younger generation, which they're trying to promote nuclear to. And so nuclear blast will sign all the biggest artists because nuclear blast brings the connotation of nuclear, see? It disarms the population, same as Spider-Man and the Hulk had done for generations. Super Bowl security includes radiation monitoring by helicopters. Monitoring by helicopters. Good way to brainwash the population, right? Send in the radiation helicopters just in case the terrorists are going to get you at your sports game. Insidious people that dream up this shit. Horrific, insidious monsters that dream up this stuff. A low-flying helicopter will be measuring radiations in Tampa ahead of the Super Bowl next week as part of a counter-terrorism operation to indoctrinate everybody worldwide that watches the Super Bowl will see some of this stuff. Involved a twin-engine Bell 412 helicopter equipped with passive radiation sensitivity technology flying a grid pattern over Tampa and the surrounding areas. This stuff is actually almost switched off because of Fukushima. Are regularly performed prior to major public events. It's the indoctrination machine. They're the actual terrorism themselves. They're terrorists themselves. Register for virtual radiotherapy conference. Now I've done presentations on radiation therapy. There's no such thing as a radiation therapy. The quickest way to die is to get irradiated. I'll show you. I should have. I shouldn't, but guess I'm. See if I can find it right quick for you. There it is. Not quite. So radiation therapy, you say? Only 3% efficiency of chemotherapy treatment and cancer cure. 3% is also the number of misdiagnoses for cancer, by the way. The conclusion based on facts collected by worldwide research was published in 2004. So it showed 2.1 in the United States of America and 2.3% survival rate in Australia. Hang on. So what they were saying was that it's better not to have anything than it was to have chemotherapy. You had better chance of survival. And by the way, it was discovered that human kidneys are at least 50 times less efficient than animal kidneys at removing plutonium. And so, I have a lot of studies on plutonium. The plutonium, they claim, was removed short half-life in the humans, or whatever the case may be. But actually, human kidneys are 50 times less efficient than animals. And so animal studies are not the litany tests for humans, which is what they've been trying to do. Radiotherapy, which is genocide, is an area of oncology that uses ionizing radiation to treat cancer and kill malignant cells in the body. Well, it destroys all the cells in your body. This is why you have such a high death rate. And it doesn't kill cancer, it creates cancer. And that even the excrements in the urine from the people that gets this treatment is so radioactive, they need a deep geological repository. They're kept in a $1 million room that's lined with lead. Chernobylite is a game that may have flown under your radar, but it has a lot to be excited for. The game puts you in the shoes of a former physicist at the doomed nuclear power plant. So you got games that are allegedly mimicking nuclear physicists, and then if you're like me, where you study this for many years, what you realize quite quickly is that physicists are a death cult. They're actually the definition of evil. Unless you get out of the nuclear industry, then you know for a fact they're evil. I have talked to some that have walked away from the industry, and they said, well, I didn't want to be a physicist to be evil, and you got to watch your back the whole time. They're very dangerous people. And there's examples here in Canada at nuclear power plants, for instance, where employees, to get back at other employees, had put radiation in the drinking waters and in the coffee machines in different parts of the buildings where their adversaries were working, and poison them that way. Some evil stuff. Young people are the most radical in the fight against climate change, and half want new nuclear power plants. Well, that's simply not true. Half the people don't want new nuclear power plants. But this is the propaganda machine. It's a relentless, insidious, hideous, odious, monstrous propaganda machine that is killing us and our planets and our species at an unprecedented rate. And you have to get educated, and you have to make a stand. You have to choose a side. Do you want to have a future, or do you not want to have a future? It's not a very difficult choice. You see, younger people are more radical. No, they've been indoctrinated with Spider-Man, the Hulk, and other connotations from the despicable, coward, vicious, heartless, spineless, soulless people that work for the nuclear industry. Nuclear power plants to reduce CO2 emissions. You can't reduce CO2 emissions when you're the biggest CO2 producer, for goodness sakes. Nuclear energy is not a taboo for young people. So to try to tell people, young people in particular, that they're not afraid of nuclear, it's horrific. Like, you should be afraid to read anything online anymore because of the propaganda about nuclear. It's terrifying because you can't find, like you say, you will find very rare, once, twice a month, you'll find a single article telling the truth. It's pretty unusual to find more than that. And because I cover all the cycles, I don't have any illusions. And I'm able to support my assertions by doing programs like we are tonight. Support for the constructions of new death factors and disease factors known as nuclear power plant is greatest among the careless and thrill seekers. So we got a poll tonight, 61 votes. 93% of the people says nuclear power plants are a disease factory, which is an appropriate determination. Just how much propaganda can one person survive? 4.5 million people will be affected by a disaster. According to a study, around 4.5 million people across Europe will be exposed to increased radioactive radiation after an accident. And then claiming that the limited value for long-term evacuation, 20 millisieverts per year, is not true. Evacuation around a nuclear power plant is around 1/20th of a millisievert. Each millisievert is 1,000 microsieverts. It's 20,000 microsieverts. And just a few microsieverts is evacuation, a few microsieverts is an evacuation at a nuclear power plant. 55 becquerels, atomic decays per second, is an evacuation zone. So they're redrying, or they're removing the fence post all the time. The hurdles advanced nuclear developers face. Advanced nuclear. Use of advanced nuclear technologies can help the world meet increasing electricity demand while reducing greenhouse gas emissions. First off, you need a nuclear power plant to run, or a coal plant two oil, gas, or coal plants to run a nuclear power plant. Just get rid of the coal plant, or nuclear plant, and just have the gas, oil, and coal. Which is, if you don't put it right in the communities or the cities, you won't have an issue. And the plumes don't cover the planet like radiation. And look at these scumbags, 5 of them. These people will run your child over and get out and check their pockets for lunch money and then drive away while they're dying, bleeding out on the side of the road. Department of Energy, which is the Department of Misery, DOE, and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, which doesn't regulatory, is not a regulatory, it's captured, determine how nuclear power is developed, regulated, and deployed. Which is Department of Energy and the NRC, which is appointed, which is the industry itself, but it end up being appointed by the President of the United States for the NRC, which is unique for the United States. Canadian view, from the regulator's perspective, our role is to protect Canadians from risk. Well, you got to close down all your nuclear plants if you're going to do that. It's not to protect them from progress and innovation. CEO of the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, which doesn't do what they claim they are. Major nuclear liabilities removed from Chalk River Laboratory Campus. Laboratories Campus. These are words we shouldn't have together with nuclear, by the way. And Chalk River is the site of the world's first confirmed nuclear meltdown. And it's right on, directly into Lake Superior. Chalk River shouldn't exist. It's a very secretive, highly destructive, hateful organization. It's actually ran by Americans. Now Canada don't even own it anymore. Trailer for the filming of nuclear disaster. Again, we see a number of Hollywood movies showing up that are incredible propaganda, unimaginable propaganda. One of the worst nuclear accidents in history is a nuclear power plant after Chernobyl. Chernobyl is 1/100 or 1/1000th of Fukushima. Is more appropriate. After an elaborate cinematic reprisal of the atomic accident will soon appear. Right? And this piece of doo-doo right there, I just despise these people. Because what they done with their movie was they pretended there was no meltdowns. It's all CGG, right? It's insidious what they done. It's incredibly insidious what these actors have done, disarming the country and the world by pretending that Fukushima 50 stopped the contamination of the biosphere, which is just such a betrayal. I hate that person with a passion because of what he done. I completely disrespect him, I should say. Shares in Fukushima operator TEPCO surge amid hopes for a nuclear restart. Now, that story was a lot of speculative money appeared to be flowing in. This was the nuclear industry trying to build momentum. Olympics potentially politically dangerous lure. After postponement last March, the official cost of the Games rose by 22% to US $15 billion. Although audits by the government showed the true cost to be $25 billion. Now it's over $30 billion, we know. So originally they expected $4 billion, it's $30 billion. And this is a private corporation known as the IOC, International Olympic Committee, but it's not. It's a corporation that's in it for profit. And then the world is supposed to pay for their whims. The government, too, is responsible for all the costs. So if Walmart comes in and has a set of games, should the government pay for all the costs? If McDonald's decides they want to have a bunch of games with teams from around the world, and they can get a trophy or a medal, should the taxpayers pay for it? They need to be jailed, and they need to take the money to pay restitution for all the victims they created, and they create a lot of victims. So 25 billion works out to 1.6666666666666 billion a day. A day to have sports activities. A day. And they leave a police state behind, billions of dollars of repressive equipment. Perfect condition for uranium to shine. Whenever you see stuff like that, you should call the uranium or the stock market watchdogs and report them. Optimism comes from an eventful 2020 that saw uranium spot prices start the year at around $24 before rising 37% and peaking at $34 in mid-May and dropping to $20 at the end of November. Because this is what they do. They artificially inflate the stocks. They get other people now to go buy the stocks. Then they get the profit. They take their money back. They sell their stocks. They get their money back. And they get the people who invested in the last couple of weeks' money. And then the stocks drop. And then the people who put their life's investments into it. And the Globe and Mail has been doing this for 10 years straight. I produced 2 videos on them, but YouTube took down my channel with no strikes in my account, with no email warning, with no anything, with no explanation either. It just disappeared my site where I was on a research expedition looking for birds and fish, which I found none, and spiders, which I found none. Letter to the editor regarding vote put to the people regarding nuclear dump in South Bruce area. And so the nuclear industry wants to put the nuclear waste in a community that's farming actively. And they want to put it in an area where there's no opposition. So to put it in a city, there's a lot of activists will hear about it and investigate it and will usually point out the flaws, right? And so when you put it in these little communities where people don't have much, they'll go into these communities and they'll spend $4 or $5 or $6 or $10 million over a couple of year period. And so it's very difficult now for the community to say no. They ingrace themselves into the community. Oh, no commitment. Here's $4 million. No, you can spend it any way you want. There's no audits. What do you think is going to happen? By the way, it's criminal to do what they're doing. And it's actually evil. It's the definition of evil to have that, to do something like that, right? And of course, the Nuclear Waste Management Organization in Canada is the nuclear industry itself. It's the actual nuclear industry. And the area near the river is known to flood, increasingly the risk of runoffs. We have agreement with the U.S. to not contaminate our share of the waterways, Lake Huron, which runs into Lake Superior, which runs into the St. Lawrence, which runs into the Atlantic Ocean. Roper nuclear power plant scam. HC rejects engineers' bail petition. This is the Philippines or India? I can't remember. Give me a second there. According to several reports, the price of various items used to furnish the project, 966 flats for the Russian engineers, and others was abnormally higher than market price. So what they were doing were they were charging huge money for each item. For each pillow was equal to $89 Canadian. So that's a most expensive pillow. I don't own any pillow that's worth $90. And the cost of carrying it to the flat cost another $11. Carry a pillow to a flat costs $11. Electric stove, cost of carrying it from the ground floor to the top floor, and the price of electric iron was $100. So while a National Day of Remembrance for, and the list goes on and on and on, by the way, but so all this money goes to the nuclear power plant, and that's how they steal the money in increments through different facets of it. Well, a National Day of Remembrance for downwinders is not enough. A National Day of Remembrance for millions and millions and millions of victims is not enough. I got cancer living downwind of Trinity. We all did at some point now, right? All species too. Nuclear fallout covered the whole planet. Union of Unconcerned Scientists. There's no question the U.S. government killed and sick and many people of its own through explosive nuclear testing. Estimates of the death tolls in the United States from nuclear testing varies widely, from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. It's tens of millions, you disgusters. Union of Unconcerned Scientists will downplay everything. They're not who you think they are. I call them the Union of Unconcerned Scientists because that's exactly what they are. Right? Where they tell you some truth, but then they dilute the facts itself dramatically. Other nuclear weapons activity, uranium mining, production, waste storage, cleanup have also caused unknown deaths and illnesses. Well, actually, you can make an estimate, say 50 million. As is often the case, the people who have borne the heaviest burdens of activities are often people of color, indigenous communities, women and children, those living in poor rural communities. These tests spread radioactivity fallout across the entire country. In 1950, before testing began at the Nevada test sites, government officials met to discuss anticipated safety issues. By the way, these propaganda machines, sometimes they got to tell the truth, drag you in there, right? Then they, in increments over the next couple of months, they'll indoctrinate you with endless lies. And acknowledge that people downwind, like I see it all the time, where you got a really good writer for a newspaper, but everybody else is a lobbyist for an industry, and they'll cut your throat if you read their article. You feel like you got your throat cut. Acknowledges that people downwind of the test would likely be exposed to more radiation than was considered medically safe. Well, like the truth is that if you breathe in a single atom, right, it sequesters in your muscles, your organs, and your bones. Your body attacks it for the rest of your life with white blood cells, which, by the way, decreases your red blood cells for the rest of your life, which carries oxygen and nutrition throughout your body. And if they're a union of scientists, they would know stuff like this. They would warn you, vehemently warn you of how insidiously evil nuclear actually is. The U.S. government has been negligent in monitoring exposures and protecting those downwind. A 1997 study from the National Cancer Institute estimated testing Nevada test site could have caused between 11,200 and 12,000 thyroid cancers. Right, so the Union of Concerned Scientists regurgitating stuff like this, and they're only acknowledging iodine-131 and cesium. This is why I call them the Union of Unconcerned Scientists. They give you little tidbits of the truth, and then they feed you endless propaganda. Radiation goes in your thyroid, turns into mutated hormones, which means 1,800 illnesses and diseases, not immune deficiencies and injuries. Every community involved in the nuclear weapons industry complex can share story after story after story of crushing illnesses, whose families devastated by cancers, and death miles, streets, neighborhoods lined with cancer cases and deaths. Again, they keep focusing on cancer. There's heart problems and liver and lung and respiratory, pituitary and thyroid and adrenaline, and Alzheimer's, dementia, and autism, diabetes and Down syndrome, schizophrenia. There's 1,800 illnesses and diseases, not just cancer. Because your immune system is compromised, you're more susceptible to pathogens and viruses that were normally harmless and innocuous and benign, right? I can't read any more of it. As of January 2021, RICA had paid out roughly $2.4 billion to 37,000 individuals. This is a tiny fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a percent of people that have been harmed, which is 63,000 average per person. And in RICA covered areas, so this story would have been a better source to somewhere else, but unfortunately I ended up with that one because that was what showed up that day. So yellow is uranium workers states, as if they don't come from anywhere else. The radioactive fallout covers the whole country. Hang on, I'll show you. Hopefully. Not everything goes according as is planned around here, but I've been at this so long, I'm not bad. I'm pretty good. At some point. There we go. Above ground detonation. Each line you've seen is 3 or more nuclear clouds from above ground detonations. So below ground detonations, all of them crack the earth, and all of its emissions comes up. Plus now it can fill up with rain too, right? So when they talk about atmospheric, there's only so many atmospheric. They're not being honest at all, or even close to it. But you can see, with just what they acknowledge, the whole country is irradiated. And they've done that so that Russia wouldn't do that to you. That's the logic of nuclear, by the way. Extending and expanding RICA. So, do you want to include Idaho, Montana, New Mexico, Guam, Colorado, Utah, Nevada, Arizona? And the study revealing exposures of iodine-131 with an 8-day half-life. So they should be ashamed of themselves, the Union of Unconcerned Scientists, really. And they direct you away from the facts instead of telling you the facts. Nuclear physicists voyage towards the mythical island. Not even going to go there. Nuclear war can trigger a big El Nino and decrease seafood. Again, these are flawed studies by the industry. A nuclear war will poison the planet, all species, not just the oceans. Unprecedented warming in the equatorial Pacific Ocean could last up to 7 years. Again, radiation doesn't just last for 7 years. It's going to be here long after the human experience. Millions of years after the humans are gone, radiation will be still poisoning the planet to make sure no bacteria or life can exist. Total sterilization is the ultimate outcome of nuclear. There is no other option when it comes to nuclear. They have already set us on the course of extinction. We are now facing a mass extinction event because of Fukushima. Japanese nuclear regulators published fresh report of 2011 Fukushima. And they show you this antiquated picture, which is good, but it's not very clear, right? This was original footage immediately after the nuclear meltdown. Noting the hydrogen explosions that took place in 3 reactor buildings, there's actually 4 of them blew up, not 3, may have caused during the venting of gas from... So what they're trying to do in that story is claim that gas from reactor 4 vented into the other reactors, and that's why they blew up. Because if they admit that the reactors blew up because of flaws where they lost power and everything else, people will turn against nuclear. So what they try to do was pretend that it was caused not by the way, reactor 1 was the first one that blew up. That started melting down within 1 hour of the earthquake. That was melting down before the tsunami hit it. Former disasters area in Japan lack foreign interns. See, there's no such thing as a former nuclear disaster area. It's always a nuclear disaster area. It's still melting down. And so the Japanese are not going to work there. So they want to bring in people who are unaware and get them to work there. In Japan, more and more rural areas are relying on workers from abroad, people who don't know any better. It's actually insidious. Isn't it? Tritium at a high level in power plant reignites nuclear debate in South Korea. Now, tritium is radioactive water. It's very nasty radioactive water, by the way. And it's not a high emitter, per se, where it emits a long distance. But it's water, of course, is incorporated into your body instantly and readily, right? And so this stuff destroys your DNA and your chromosomes, but it also ends up in your thyroid gland and turns into mutated hormones that are distributed throughout your entire body constantly, because that's what your thyroid does. It produces hormones. The radioactive substance was detected near the used fuel storage tanks. So fuel storage tanks are their biggest emitter is going to be curium isotopes, which is 20 times more dangerous than plutonium, by the way. Because that's the biggest byproduct of radiated fuel rods is the curium. The revelations on Friday, January 8th, of the presence of tritium, again the word tritium, at above standard levels, and they have incredible high levels because they produce so much of it. There's incredible numbers, horrific numbers that are considered acceptable by the industry because they can't get the numbers low. And activity 713,000 becquerels, atoms. See, a becquerel is from an atom of tritium, and tritium is not supposed to be per se an atom, it's supposed to be water, radioactive water. Was detected in the sump near the spent fuel storage tanks, which means there's 1,000 different products, 1,000 fission products minimum is going to be in those samples. So claiming that it's tritium is absurd because you won't be able to measure the tritium because the other background or the other emitters like plutonium and uranium are so high you won't be able to actually distinguish tritium. You say insignificant activity. So that's the cover. Here comes the cover story, which is tritium, by the way. It's an isotope of hydrogen. But reactors don't produce tritium. They produce tritium-3H. So there's natural tritium from the interactions from the solar system, what we call stardust. We're already acclimated to that through genetic superior selections. All species are. It's innocuous. It's harmless to us. But tritium-3H is very dangerous, and it has an incredible amount of adverse side effects. I'll show you some of them coming up. Primary by the nuclear power plants and explosions. So tritium-3H is what they're talking about, but they don't actually acknowledge that. Its ionizing radiation caused various DNA damage and chromosomes and cancers. No environmental contamination was observed around the power station, and the incident would not present a danger, assured the South Korean scumbag nuclear authorities. Insignificant compared to the standards of 40,000 becquerels a liter is what's considered acceptable for tritium, but there's no tritium. Nuclear power plants don't make tritium, they make tritium-3H. Like the International Atomic Energy Standards are not based upon anthropogenic man-made radiation, they're based on natural emitters. A complete, incredible, deceptive betrayal. Tritium hazard ratings, this study here says, should be doubled. The risk of cancer, not DNA damage, but cancer, from exposure to radioactive tritium, which is 3H, could be doubled that of previous estimates. Nuclear waste and tritium releases, again they're talking about tritium-3H, H3, right? It is an important component in nuclear weapons. It's harmless, but if you put tritium in a 3H in a nuclear weapon, you can double its power. That's absurd, right? But yet it's harmless, Dana. This is why we call them a secret society and a death cult. Let's keep it going here. Humans' health hazards of nuclear waste include DNA damage, which often results in mutations that lead to cancers, and since any amount of radiation causes potential carcinogenic DNA damage, the health risk from radiation exposure has no minimum threshold. Yay. Nonetheless, there are no permanent solutions anywhere on Earth for the storage of high-level nuclear waste. They're not even trying, by the way, on purposely, because it's all vented into the environment. Chronic ingestion of cadmium or tritium effects on growth, development, and reproduction functions. Gee, why would you do a study like that for tritium-3H, I wonder? Both insults at the highest doses result in depressed body weight, adult body weights on top of that, which is what we're seeing in kids throughout the Fukushima prefecture, manifested in the depression of several reproductive parameters and brain weights in the neonates. So very, very bad in very small doses for very long periods of time. A hypothesis to explain childhood cancers near nuclear power plants. Over 60 studies worldwide in increased cancers near nuclear power plants. You also see, of course, after nuclear weapons testing, atmospheric testing, that changed the sex ratio worldwide, right around the entire planet. So right around the world, everything got poisoned for that to happen. That includes animals and birds and mammals and insects too, by the way, not just humans. Had the sex ratio change, more males to females, which is less population, right? They're very aware of that, by the way. We got once again, I put up an article at thenuclearproctologist.org a couple of days ago, and the first 20 studies articulate what I'm trying to talk about, where the nuclides spiked during refueling could result in increased exposures. Hypothesis proposes cancer arise in pregnant women near nuclear power plants. Over 60 epidemiological studies worldwide have examined cancer incidences in children near nuclear power plants. Most of them indicate leukemia increases. And risk to embryos and fetuses are greater than those to adults. That's true also for the animal world, by the way. The 44th Japanese Academy Prize, Fukushima 50. Yeah, because that's the best acting in the world, was in that movie right there, convincing the world that nuclear was harmless. He should spend the rest of his natural life in jail, that person should. and the people who produced it should get the death penalty. Biden can rescue the Nuclear Regulatory Commission from industry capture. So they're acknowledging that the Nuclear Regulatory Commission doesn't exist, that it's been captured by goblins and monsters and demons known as... Again, this is the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, so be careful what you put into that one. Over the past 2 decades, the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission has been captured by the nuclear power companies it is supposed to regulate. Is that reassuring or what? And they go on to lie, by the way. The consequences of a severe nuclear accident in the U.S. could potentially be 100 times worse than 2011 Fukushima nuclear accident. And they claim this is going to be the radioactive fallout will be worse than Fukushima at the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists. A localized radioactive fallout in New York, Baltimore, Washington, Surrey. In fact, Fukushima radioactive fallout covers the entire planet. The entire planet. So claiming that it's going to be significantly worse, the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists should get the Degenerate of the Year award. Hinkley Point C nuclear power station costs rise by 500 million euros again. And look at the carbon-free site. Look how carbon-free this place is. The most carbon-intensive thing in human history, by the way. It's the biggest project in United Kingdom's history. Most carbon-intensive thing on the entire planet for a single power plant. Said it expected the project to cost upwards of 23 billion pounds, which is the final number will be about 30 billion US if they actually finish it. Push back the station's estimated startup date to 2026, another year ahead. Did China's nuclear test kill hundreds of thousands of people? Absolutely, hundreds of millions. Only 32 months after its first nuclear test, its first thermal nuclear test, it produced a yield of 3.3 megatons, 200 times greater than an atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima, which was equal to 200 Hiroshima bombs going off at the one time. Yeah, that's a cancer factory, disease factory right there, baby. In June 1967, only 32 months after its first nuclear test, we already covered that, didn't we? Reports suggest the radioactive dust is spread across the region. It's going to spread right around the world. That's how the plumes travel, by the way. Hundreds of thousands of people may have died already from the nearly 4 dozen total nuclear tests were carried out between 1964. It would have been millions. Millions of babies would have stillbirthed and everything else. The Japanese researcher who studied the radiation levels has suggested peak radiation doses in Xinjiang exceeded the measures on the roof of Chernobyl. Chernobyl, you can only stay on the roof for 25 seconds. Then you went home. And you got a very tiny pension for the rest of your life, whichever long that might have been. It's absurd. The whole story is absurd. Estimates suggest that 200,000 people died from acute radiation exposure. 1.2 million have received doses high enough to induce leukemia, solid cancers, fetal damages. And those estimates are sadly likely to be on the conservative side. Multiply that by at least 100. The lunatics are on the run. Nuclear science can fight climate change. Nambia. I always notice these impoverished, really impoverished, particularly African countries and Asian countries, when they promote nuclear, the people that write for them are vicious. I mean, they're vicious lawyers, perpetual, hateful, vicious lawyers is being... Okay, we got less than 100 to go. Nuclear science can fight climate change. We're at 901 right now. We got 1,001 to get through total, which is another 100. 70 years ago today, nuclear testing ushered in a new era for Nevada. Poor Nevada, man. Atomic blast detonated a remote, sprawling swath of the desert town of the Frenchman Flats was seen and felt in Las Vegas 65 miles to the southeast. And that was a big one, baby. That was huge. The radiation exposure covered the whole country in radioactive fallout, so Russia wouldn't do it to them, see? They were worried Russia was going to do that to America. So they went ahead and done it even worse themselves. All of them should be dug up and jailed. There was hairdos and movies, Miss Atomic Bomb pageants. My God, man. Even workers at the test site years later were struck by illnesses like cancers, maintained a sense of pride over their contribution to genocide across the country. According to Scumbags, Amy Austin, the regional outreach director for the Nuclear Care Partners. Oh no, they love getting cancer. They do it again in the drop of a hat from patriotic countries. You know, she would kill your child in a heartbeat. She probably works for Jerry Thomas now. I never once met a former worker who said they regretted it, says the little demon. And wouldn't make the decision to go work and serve their country in the fashion if they had to do it all over again. The people that got sick ever reached this might go looking for her. There were between 8,000 and 15,000 victims, aka workers, at any given day at the Nevada Death Factory, a massive area bigger than Rhode Island. Yeah, the nuclear pool, no punches. He said now there is a concentration of cancers in Nevada and surrounding cities. The site is now known as the Nevada National Security Site. It still conducts underground subcritical experiments, meaning no self-sustaining nuclear fission chain reaction will occur to gather data about the nuclear weapons. Underground subcritical experiments is what, instead of using nuclear, what you're doing today, by the way, is they're wrapping nuclear in conventional bombs, like, because they do that for fracking, where they'll take uranium, like fission uranium, 235, and we'll put it in with explosives for fracking, because it makes the explosive, the dynamite, 20 times more explosive. Put a few grams of uranium in. And this is what they're doing with underground explosions currently going on. And it was what Britain had done in Montebello and Maralinga in Australia, where they had done several hundred, I think 700 it was, something like that, 700 or 800, where they wrapped dirty bombs, where they actually, all they done was took plutonium and uranium and wrapped it in dynamite and blew it up. And then they had what they call disposable scientists go out with Geiger counters and find out how far it spread, and still contaminated there today. What United Kingdom done in Australia is just horrific. They actually waited for the wind to blow across Australia before they set off their nuclear weapons. Pretty hard to get any eviler than that. Well, first off, they left Britain and went all the way to Australia. That's pretty evil too, to do nuclear weapons. Oh, we're not going to do it in Britain. It'll contaminate Britain, Dana. So we went all the way to Australia. Yeah, well, we created Australia as a prison state. They shouldn't even be allowed. See, they thought by sending people to Australia they would perish, right? Because Australia is pretty harsh. And nuclear energy must be part of a serious U.S. recommitment, Paris Accord. First off, in the last 2 years, there were 633 nuclear power plants were the renewables that came online. 633. How long would it take you to build 633 nuclear power plants? There's 415 operating today. So 633 nuclear power plants were the renewables in just 24 months. And they expect by 2026 there will be 5,500 renewable or nuclear power plants, animosity equivalent of renewable energy on this planet. And it ain't going to stop there. But what they mean by that is that that will surpass all fossil fuel power supplies on the planet and all nuclear plants on the planet combined. So there's no need for nuclear. Concentrate on producing storage, like compressed air storage, pumped hydro storage. Concentrate on geothermal power, which is down into the earth. Concentrate on tidal power for the ocean, because that's the best one, is the ocean tidal power. And you kill the ocean. Now the oceans are going to be exterminated in the near future, so it doesn't matter. You can put your power supply anywhere. U.S. nationally determined contributions as part of the Paris Accord, which is, like, if you look at France, if you look up the article, the French connection, who really runs who's who of the Canucks, right? It shows that a French company, the biggest company in France, hired all, for many decades, premiers and prime ministers of Canada. Almost all of them have worked directly for the same company before they were elected as the prime minister or premiers of the provinces. So that's not an accident. That's meddling. That's illegal under our Bill of Rights here in Canada to interfere. And it's scary that they got away with that. They say nuclear energy, the Hill, of course, the Hill hates everybody. Nuclear energy must play a role in the overall global energy transition. And they're doing the dead man's claw, where the nuclear industry knows they're drowning. And anybody that goes there to try to stop them from drowning, they'll grab him and stick him under and stand on their shoulders till he drowns, right? Is a behavioral scientist. I said, is a behavioral scientist, and post this on a National Radioactive Fallout Day, laughed my bum off. Hey there, here's a few Fukushima nuclear meltdown headlines to think about. Just scratch out Japan and put in USA. Nuclear expert worst case scenario was abandoned Tokyo forever, not only evacuating. Japanese Prime Minister study setting up alternative capitals away from Tokyo. Radioactive Xenon-133 in Washington was 450,000 times above detection levels after Fukushima and persisted. Not for weeks, but for months and months and months. And the list just keeps going on of these headlines. 20 million particles of radioactive iodine-131 fell per liter on the U.S. during post-Fukushima. 220, another study, 220 million atoms per liter of iodine-129. And it gets in your body, and it gets, like iodine-129 will go into your thyroid glands in animals and insects and birds and mammals and destroy them through the thyroid glands. 1,000 kinds of radioactive materials are released from the Fukushima nuclear meltdown. The list keeps going. Animals are starving as the food chain continues to collapse, and we've done the research expeditions. Canadian European nuclear industry partner to promote clean energy and new nuclear. Canadian and European nuclear industries got together to promote nuclear. That's terrifying. Enormous amount of power, energy, and monetary, right, going into genociding the entire planet, omnicide the entire planet. Right, they have an endless amount of money for any of their ideas. And then people like me, we have to struggle and barely keep the operation moving forward. And I'm not very good at quitting. It's a real flaw that I noticed over my lifetime. Is I'm no good at quitting. I've never quit a job. I've never been fired from a job. I always made a commitment for a certain period of time and followed it through. Canada's home to 19 nuclear power reactors to produce clean, reliable electricity. Let's rewrite that one. Canada's home to 19 disease factories which produce deadly radioactive fallout that exterminates all the species. Training, cracks me up. Nuclear Engineering ran an article on the 27th of January 2021. Training new-scale small modular reactor operators. So they have the depiction of a guy running a small modular reactor that doesn't even exist, might never exist. End of the road for Hitachi's nuclear plant. And Hitachi's nuclear plant is going to be located where? In farm country, surrounded by farms. Why do we see this over and over and over? How is that even possible? How is that even possible? It's the most terrifying thing imaginable is a nuclear power plant in farmland, because the farmers are harvesting all the time and shipping it worldwide. And if you want to destroy a planet, a population, this is the very best way to do it, is poison your food, yeah? With something you have no defense for. There is one defense, though. It's called DCA. And I played the clip, a couple of minutes of that clip earlier. You can order it in for about $100 a bottle, which is a cure. It takes about 3 months to kill the cancer. And Canada banned it 5 years ago, without no debate, no discussion, and no warning. Wycliffe Nuclear Power Plant withdrew their planning applications for a $16 billion project. The UK government has fortunately failed to deliver. Company added it was too important to the net zero agenda. Net zero agenda. What would it be in a net zero agenda? Might as well talk about that for 1 quick second. Net zero. Oh, there's the father of net zero. Anytime you're ready, baby. He's coming. Not this disgusting piece of excrement. The physicist behind net zero, Miles Allen. Oh, by the way, you might as well meet the father of global warming. Have you met the father of carbon footprint? And how do we get your footprint to go smaller? I don't know, Dana. I'll work on it. The idea of a personal carbon footprint was popularized by a large advertising campaign of the fossil fuel company BP after a major oil spill as a distraction. Right? That's what it was all about. It was about look over here, don't, whatever you do, look over there. That's what BP created, the carbon footprint, for goodness sakes. And you guessed it, Mr. Climate Change himself, Hansen, said NASA was 99% confident the warming was caused by accumulation of greenhouse gases. It's not, though. It's radioactive fallout is what's causing climate change. They blamed it on you, of course. By the way, his testimony was pivotal, turning point in the history of the global climate change. And he was the official beginning of the global warming policy debate, also known as global climate change, is Hansen. Carbon footprint is BP oil. Miles is your carbon, your net zero, and Mr. Global Warming himself. So those four entities were jacked by United Nations, and it become the mantra now of United Nations. Yeah? You see how it works in the real world? Stunning, isn't it? Armenia's metaphor nuclear plant poses a potential threat to the regions. I know that their neighbor wanted to bomb it to get at them. Remember those stories? They'll come up later this month. On the use of radioactive waste, the Ombudsman expressed great concern over the recent discussion in Armenian parliament on the use of radioactive waste as a weapon against their neighbors. We can radiate the neighbors with nuclear waste. We don't have to store it for 1 million years that way. During a meeting on the permanent parliamentary commissions, the location of the station in the earthquake-prone region of South Caucasus made it even more dangerous. There are 5 tectonic faults around the nuclear power plant. One's just 500 meters from the plant. Tick, 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 tick. Opinions opposing nuclear weapons are insulting, said a letter into the paper that published it. The people who published the letter should be arrested for publishing this particular letter. He said, I am compelled to write in opposition to the newspaper policy of running a full-page ad opposing the official policy of the United States to deter nuclear aggression by any and all nations, which pose a clear and present danger to our government system. And we don't have a way of life. The government has a way of life. We don't have. We are living on crumbs. He am compelled to write in opposition to nuclear. The people don't want nuclear weapons anymore. We gotta have them, or they're gonna bomb us. Oh yeah, that's definitely what's gonna happen, man. This is not 1950 anymore. These advertisements, if not actually treasonable. Obviously, this person works for the nuclear industry. Insults the zeal and dedication and duty of thousands of men and women who have spent their military careers for decades sacrificing precious times with family and children to be on the front lines. For minimum wage, I might add. And they rape almost everybody in the countries they invade, don't they? They rape 29,000 of their own each year, way more than any population on the planet, by the way. And everybody sacrifices for their children, don't they? Not just nuclear industry. Is it because of them that no enemy, no matter how strong or emotionally deranged, has ever thought about launching a nuclear weapon against our homeland? Have you seen what the U.S. military done to Afghanistan? They got rid of the pensions and the patents in Afghanistan. That's collective punishment, right? But it's even worse than that. They fired 5.5 million rounds a month to get 10,000 Taliban. Millions dead, millions missing, millions of refugee camps, millions unaccounted for, millions of orphans to get 10,000 Taliban. Firing 5.5 million rounds a month. And many of those munitions were depleted uranium munitions, dirty bombs. The A-10 Warthog only shoots dirty bombs, by the way. The person who wrote the paper should give him a job at Chernobyl or Fukushima immediately. Reliability problems resurfaced at Point Lepreau nuclear power plant. Has been setting production records until breakdown took it offline 2 weeks ago. Yeah, well, if you push these old plants that are brittle really hard, they break down. And when they break down, they usually pollute large sections of the planet. Plans for 15,000 homes in a nuclear emergency zone could still happen. Right by a nuclear weapons production facility is highly contaminated. They want to build 15,000 homes. And some people are like, I don't think it's a good idea. I'm like, yeah, go ahead and build them there. We don't have to clean it up then for thousands of years. The government lied to everyone in southern Utah. New documentary on downwinders on air on PBS Utah. Recognitions of the National Day of Remembrance for the downwinders in the United States. You should have that every Friday. Or every Monday, better yet. Or every Monday and Friday, even. There's no question the government lied to everyone in southern Utah. A lot of them are still alive. Let's get them, convict them. Let's sentence them to work at Fukushima for 30 days. I'll be happy with that. That sounds like a pretty good deal to me. Anyway, radioactive fallout covered Utah, folks. France faces substantial costs if renewables wipe out nuclear. No. France faces substantial savings if renewables wipe out nuclear. France is a horrific country, man. They hate their people more than anybody else. NATO countries, including Canada, thwarting new nuclear weapon ban treaty. Yeah, Canada doesn't exist. We got the Queen's mug on our money, for goodness sakes. The government He swears allegiance to the British Queen first and then to Canadians second. Did you know that? He promised to serve the Queen and Canadians. That's part of their oath. NATO countries are nuclear outlaws. Canada should leave the alliance and join the ban treaty and get on the right side of history. Well, first off, Canada doesn't even exist. We're a puppet now. We got 19 reactors. We have no sovereignty whatsoever left. Plans for 20 billion YFAT nuclear plant was pulled. Thank goodness, once again, it's surrounded by farms, for God's sakes. How can they do that? How can you be that evil? How does that actually work? Contract signed for Swedish processing of Norwegian reactor fuel. You remember that story? They were shipping all the fuel to Sweden. Norway was shipping all their fuel to Sweden. Carbon intensive. From aliens to botched nuclear test. Study sheds new light on decades-old Russian mountain myth. So there was a group of people died on a mountain. Mysterious deaths of 9 young hikers in 1959 at a remote pass in the Ural Mountains has fascinated Russians for decades and spawned countless theories, from aliens to botched nuclear tests. The bodies were all radioactive, high levels of radioactivity. One woman, her tongue was missing. Another man's had his eyes missing, which is typical of birds, right? And animals will eat that right away. My turn, we need a carbon-free, nuclear-free future, yes. Carbon-free, no. We can't live without carbon. Get rid of nuclear and everything else will come back normal. I am writing today about the link between nuclear weapons and nuclear power. Well, one can't exist without the other. Reactor-grade plutonium can be used to make very powerful nuclear explosions. Oh, and tritium, 3H, got to be mixed in there. This is simply one reason, a long list of reasons to stop using nuclear powers. And when you consider the entire fuel cycle of nuclear power from mining to production, it is a net producer of greenhouse gases. Well, it's a net producer of pollution, that's for sure. But nuclear is greenhouse gas. Nuclear never stops pulsing energy every second. Carbon doesn't do that. Gas doesn't do that. Oil doesn't do that. Coal doesn't do it. Only one thing does it, and nuclear. Least we can do is just stop using nuclear power. Yeah, thank you. Israel removes import restrictions on food products from Japan. And you know why they done that? Because they ship a lot of food to Palestine. And every bit of this goes to Palestine, I guarantee you. They're not going to eat it. Fukushima food safe, experts say. Again, Taipei Times hates Taiwanese. They hate their country, man. They're always promoting radioactive food. After receiving Japan's Order of the Rising Sun. So Buddy received Japan's Order of the Rising Sun, and the first thing he says when they interview him is, Fukushima's food is safe. That's got to horrify you that people like that will do something like that. Calling for better public education about radiation, radioactive materials. Again, calling for indoctrination is what that actually means, yeah? Fukushima businesses are struggling to stay afloat despite the government help. Well, you shouldn't be either. It's a radioactive wasteland. And it's not just Fukushima. It's all 14 prefectures. Fukushima's in the middle. All of it's radioactive. So ground zero can't be the best spot to be. It's the last spot you would want to be. Among those operating at 12 commercial facilities in 10 towns in areas that used to be designated as no-go zones, including Nami and Tamura City, as no-go zones. You can't fix that. You can't unradiate communities because everything else around it is radioactive. So you can't slow it down. You can't stop it. And yeah, you can I'm going to have to ban that word later. Calls for more nuclear plant closure over threat to the region, because we covered that 3 times. It's on a fault line. So everything you've seen in this particular presentation tonight was from January of 2021 that I already covered. But the lobbyists, nuclear lobbyists at Google, took down my site, so the information doesn't exist no more. And so this was an experiment tonight to see if I can get a lot of the important headlines back online for people that might be looking for it. And unfortunately, in order to try to cover as much as I can, I've been going for 5 hours. We're just a few minutes away from the end of the show. Please hang out for another few minutes. Not going to hurt, is it? And look at my picture. I had to go through 9,000 plus pieces of information like this to get these out and tell a whole month's story in just a compressed compact. Has this woman just invented a rocket that will take us to Mars? The unique design of a plasma thruster could... Like, first off, stop putting smirks on your face like her and come up with solutions for what we already got done on this planet before you try to get to another planet, okay? Stop with the pipe dream. Stop with the propaganda. Let's come up with some solutions. We got no choice. We're all in the same boat. Austin pediatrician murdered during hostage incident. Remembered by parents, she radiated positively. She also radiated children, is what she done for a living. She murdered children with radiation for a living. And so to put that little pun in there, that actually made me sick to my guts. And another doctor who had a cancer tumor in the brain held her hostage and killed her. He only had 2 weeks to live. But sadly and regretfully, by doing that, according to the nuclear industry, she wasn't able to kill kids. Somebody else had to do it. And thank goodness that's probably saved a couple of dozen kids from being irradiated by her. She's probably a great person, but she just doesn't know any better, right? And that's what it is. They look for these wonderful people, highly educated people. They put them through this indoctrination thing for 7 or 8 years. And then they send them loose, and now they're radiating, killing children every day. And you become so desensitized because you have so much of it in your face. You're no longer a person, you're a dysfunctional thing. Doctor sentenced in massive Orange County medical fraud case. Everybody in the nuclear radiotherapy industry should be sentenced for fraud. Court tosses murder conviction over fire in a secret tunnel. This guy was worried that North Korea was going to bomb America, and he had dug a tunnel and ended up killing a guy. And was found not guilty of it. But they made a flaw in the case. And the guy who died, by the way, is still dead, right? But North Korea is not going to attack America. America attacks Korea constantly in the media, by the way. And meanwhile, they flatten other countries, destroy the pensions of entire countries. But hey, North Korea is going to get you. South Korea angrily rejects its plan to build a nuclear facility in North Korea. Nuclear winter for Britain as the power plant closes. Nice spin on words there, right? Nuclear winter. And they use cartoons from The Simpsons. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more to go. 5 more clicks to go. Nuclear power likely needed, but maybe not wanted. We need a bigger and smarter Navy. No, we need no Navy. Do you know how much resources these things need to go 10 miles? It'll blow you away how much resources they destroy. And they got not even the best. They got to go out there and blow missiles up in the ocean, blow up whales and all kinds of breeding grounds. They contaminate everything all over the ocean. All these militaries are doing the same thing. How is that going to turn out long run, I wonder? Last September, apparently lost in the fog of the presidential campaigns, came some disturbing news. The Chinese Navy is now larger than America. So what? They now have approximately 350 ships and submarines compared to America's 293. Whoopee! The U.S. fleet still boasts far more suicide aircraft carriers than China. How many suicide bombers does it take to equal an aircraft carrier's lifespan? So America has 11 genocide machines known as aircraft carriers. 11 of them, and China has 2. China reputed anti-ship missiles are forcing our carriers further away from the Asian mainland, limiting their effectiveness. Like, smell the roses, buddy, because that ain't going to get worse. It's only going to get better technologies. Putting a nuclear power plant in a farmland is madness. So we got 63 votes, probably the most votes we've ever got on a poll. We got 54 likes on the show. That's the most likes we ever got on a show on our new channel, which is half of what I would normally get on a normal 2-hour show. We have 32 watching us, which is a massive, which is really not very many on the greater scopes of things. I work myself silly because it's got to be done whether anybody watches or not. Our nuclear power plant's a disease factory. 63 votes, 94%. 6% says no. Well, 6% needs to watch this show before they have that opinion. How long have we been at this for, I wonder? It's been a long show tonight, Dana. What time is it where you're to, Dana? It's 5 a.m. in the morning. Oh my God. I started this 11:30 last night, p.m. So 5.5 hours. Which is January 2021 recap. It'll take me at least 2 days to go through February, which brings us up to New Year's Eve, before I can actually do another show like this. It's absurd. It's a ridiculous amount of work to do this. We finally had, because our post office went bankrupt here last month, and I was waiting patiently for my lights to come in for the garage so I can do work in the garage. I got a whole bunch of projects, and it didn't show up. And so I went to my old place where I used to live yesterday, and just to see if they delivered the packages there, and sure enough, they had delivered the packages there. So sure, I got the lights and the legs that was broken off for the drone. I got those finally showed up. It's been such a long, takes forever to get anything accomplished. Okay, let's say goodnight to everybody anyway, because it's been one of those shows. There's only one way I can wind down. Is a quick shout out to anybody that happened to show up in the comments section. James Lucis says, seems like it just went by like nothing. I do agree, though. It doesn't feel like a 5.5 hour show. I can't say that to my back anyway, but it definitely, now that it's over, I can feel like, oh God, that was a 5.5 hour show. John Corman's, about 50 years ago, I saw a TV program about white whales around the French islands in the Pacific. They named them fossils. They were sterile. Yeah, because of all the French nuclear testing, most likely. I only serve one king, Lori. No, I didn't know I was going to be going this hour in the morning, Lori, either. Wingnut. Thank you, everybody. Ed M. Barks and Meows. Marie Frenick. Katie S. Thank you, Katie. And just quick, Blue Jay Outposts. Conrad. Port Angeles. Good night to everybody else just watching this in the background tonight and tomorrow and the last few hours. And those who didn't comment, of course. Hugs for everybody. Hope you have a great night and a great day. Yeah, it's Ted Richards. So much work to do these programs, eh? It's crazy. But I'm thrilled that I get to do it. Robert, you're welcome, everybody. The App Man, thank you. Or Batman, looked like an 8 instead of a B. Open your eyes, Dana boy. Oh, I hate Thomas Ackerman is on the go late in the morning. Hi, Thomas. Yeah, it's a good show tonight, Thomas. You're right. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. Anybody don't know Thomas H. Thomas Ackerman? An amazing painter. He's been around forever fighting Fukushima and the nuclear industry. He's participated in many protests. And he's many paintings on nuclear to come out and try to expose it. And he's been brutally assaulted over the years and attacked. And we love Thomas Ackerman. He's a great soul. Jesus the Model, David Allen, Jesus Christ, Jevis Christ, rather. Centrifugal force. Colette S. I don't expect people to last the whole show when it's 5.5 hours. It's a long show, man, for anybody. I gotta do it, right? I gotta try to tell the story, but I understand it's difficult. Thomas Metz, Rob Jarvis, Jeff Poor, John 2H. Good night, everybody. I hope everybody has a great day for themselves. We're almost through the comments. Robert Kovacs, Darlene, and everybody that I don't catch. Yeah, and it's officially 5:03 we're on to. AM. But I wanted to get the show out there because I put so much work into it to get it together, and there's so many things that got to come together for me to be able to sit here and tell the story. And then when you're talking 5.5 hours, it's a long. Like, if they didn't take down my site, I'd probably still do this. But because they took down my site and it doesn't exist anymore, I can't put all the information up again because it'll take a whole year, 5 days a week to do it. I'm not capable of it. Oh, Colette managed to make it through the show. Did you, Colette? Bless your heart, honey. Good night, everybody. We'll see everybody on the next show. Nirad Lal Yalof. made it through the shows. I'm always surprised anybody makes it through the shows. I know James Lucid was here for the whole show, and a few other people. That's admirable, and it's greatly appreciated. It's comforting to know there are people like me out there that are not going to be driven away, or not going to be put off, right? Good night, everybody. Have a great weekend, or a great few days. I don't even know what day it is today. I got to check that before I open my mouth here. What is this anyway? Wednesday? Oh my God. I've been at this since Monday. Okay, take care, folks. We'll see everybody soon when I get a chance. We'll put out another video. I'm just going easy because it's the so-called holidays, and try to give people a little break from this stuff for a few days. I actually never stopped. I got all the recent news already gathered up. But I really like to do a review of 2012. But as you can see, we only covered January tonight, and that took 5.5 hours just to cover one tenth of the stories we actually got. Oh well, I'm still pretty happy we made it through it. Take care, everybody. We'll see everybody soon. God bless.